What's up, Met fans? Welcome back. Talking Mets at Rob. How's everybody doing? All right, guys. So, going right into it about this damn team. Obviously, tonight, the Mets face the Phillies, trying to avoid getting swept for a second straight series against the Phillies. The New York Mets have not played well at all. We all know that. Amazing to me that this team fell apart the way they did. Before we get into the Phillies series and today's game, and obviously I'm going to be with you throughout the game tonight, guys. So stick around. Let's have some fun, at least as much fun as possible. Joey, how are you doing? Don't forget, guys, please hit on that like button. If you're new to the channel, please hit on that subscribe button. You know, people like baseball, like the Mets channel. Send them over right over here. And here we go, guys. The channel, it's where it's at tonight. Live Mets Phillies. Obviously, if you've been with me lately, I put MLB.com on the screen, show you game day, so you can be updated on the score. I'll do some play-by-play. Obviously, you guys know what it is. If you're new, stick it around. We have fun. Don't be shy. Hit in the chat. Say what's up. Nobody is gonna be blocked on this channel unless you do something stupid. So, guys, Phillies, Mets avoiding the sweep tonight. At the bottom of your screen, scrolling, is the Mets lineup for tonight. Very similar over the last couple of days. Davis is actually playing, which is a little surprising to me, but that is what it is. So here we go, guys. Mets, Phillies, about 15 minutes away. Let me know what you guys think. I have a poll up right now. Do you think the Mets are done in 2021? If you haven't voted, please do. I'm going to keep it up until the end of the stream, which will be the end of the game, obviously. So let me know. It'll be up for a few hours already. I think it's like 3 or 4 hours already. It's been up. So let me know what you guys think. And I also got a poll up about my new logo. I got 4 logos up. Check it out. It's in my community page on my channel. Check it out. Vote for the logo. Whatever logo gets the most votes, that's the logo I'm going to be using. And you will see it when you see I got 4 pictures up. So check that out and please vote. And I'm going to get to your questions in a little bit, but let me go on my little lovely rant that I usually do when I go live. All right, so there's a lot of things about the Philly series and the situation that the Mets put themselves in very easily. I told you about a week ago the Braves are going to have a hard time sustaining any type of winning streak because of the teams they're playing, teams that are better than them. They haven't consistently played well all year except for 1 month, and that was August, the same month the Mets fell apart. All the Mets had to do was be 500 in August, and no matter what the Braves have done, as good as they were, if the Mets were a 500 team in August, they would still be in first place right now. And the Braves show you that they're not that good. They're getting beat by the Giants left and right. They're getting beat by other teams. They're just not playing very well. And the Mets had opportunities here. Even if they didn't win series, even if they took a game from the Cardinals and possibly a game from the Phillies, it's a huge difference. Big, big difference, guys. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. And we would be within 3.5 games of the Braves because the Braves have been losing. It's not like the Braves have been winning. Yes, the Phillies have been winning, but at least the Mets had chances to play teams they were behind, which were the Phillies and Cardinals. And even if they would have took 1 game from the Cardinals, I would have been like, all right, fine, we salvaged the series. Now we have to salvage the series tonight with Hill on the mound. It's not going to be easy. It's just that simple. The Braves have been losing. The Mets, out of the last 5 games, or at least the next with the St. Louis and Philadelphia, 6 games, if they would go 2-4, they would gain 2 games, about probably a game and a half because the Braves were off one of those days. A game and a half during that time span when the Braves were losing and off. So they would be, right now they're 5.5, so they would be about 3.5 games out, like I said. So 3.5 games out with 13 to play, including today. So obviously we still got Boston, we got the Braves, we got the Marlins. So obviously it's not going to be easy. We know this. But like I said, there's a 3-game span right now that the Mets have a chance to do something that nobody believes they can do. I checked the poll that I was looking at. I'm not sure what it looks like right now, but at the moment it was like 85% no, the Mets are not going to probably make the playoffs in 2021. I tend to agree. Maybe somehow the Mets pull a game out tonight, win a game. I don't think the Braves are going to beat the Giants, to be honest with you. So we'll probably gain a game on the Braves, which would be 4.5 games, which is also interesting because we knocked the Phillies back a little bit, which is nice. But the Phillies have one of the easier schedules. And then on top of that, the Braves play the Padres. So somebody's going to get beat up. So we got to pray that the Padres figure out what the hell's wrong with them. And you saw what happened with Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis Jr., that they both went at it in the dugout, so that team's falling apart. So the Braves might take advantage of that. But maybe the Padres pissing each other off will get them going and beat up the Braves. We can hope. But can we beat Boston, who is in a serious race in a wild card with the Yankees and the Blue Jays? I don't know. We got to wait and see. But again, this team has been very hard to understand. Like, as soon as you think they're dead, they take 2 out of 3 against the Yankees, and they're right back in the hunt. It's just that simple. And like I said, you know what's going to happen, guys. It's just going to be typical Mets. They will go on some type of 3 or 4 game winning streak, be within 2.5 games, get into the Marlins series right before we face the Braves. And somehow we'll end up 3 games behind the Braves and have to face them the last 3 games of the season. And we have to win all 3 games. And typical Mets, that will probably happen. And the Mets will win the first 2 games, and the last game of the season, they'll get blown out, i.e. 07 and 08. And I feel like that's going to happen. I really feel that way because this team just likes to torture us, and they don't like to do anything good for us. So, again, I think the Mets will win tonight. I think they'll split the series against Boston. But, again, it really depends on what the Braves do because the Phillies do have an easy schedule. But at the end of the day, I feel like that we can probably catch the Phillies more than the Braves in this next week or so. So I think that's what can happen. Like I said, I'm still thinking the Mets are not making the playoffs. I have a firm no. But again, the way this team plays and the way this team has been all year, like 2 weeks ago, we thought this team was basically buried and done. And then they found a way to be within 3.5 games before the Cardinal series of the wild card. And all we had to do was take 2 out of 3 against St. Louis, knock them out, and behind us, and then we go from there. And look what happens. We get swept by the Cardinals. It was embarrassment. We lost the first 2 games against Philadelphia. It's just, like the home run that was taken away, the constant bullpen mess ups, the terrible calls and bullpen choices of Rojas and the pinch hitting choices. Just a mess. Just a freaking mess, guys. So, once again, guys, I'm going to get right to your questions, and then we'll get right to the game that's about 10 minutes away. 9 viewers so far, so good. That's not too bad before the game. Joey, Hector, Hayden, Gio, Karen. Think there was somebody else here. Nelson, Transistor, Alex, Coolspin, Daniel. What's up? So, I'm going to get to your questions really quick, guys, before the game starts. As you know, the game will be up here on game day. While we talk about the game, as we watch the Mets try to, I guess, salvage the series and be mathematically in still a chance? I don't know. Whatever Rojas wants to say and believes, like, it would have been nice if he said that 2 weeks ago that we're mathematically still alive. I mean, that would have been nice. But whatever. What can we do, right? I am doing a video. I just wanted to get that out there. I'm doing a video tomorrow. It's going to be posted tomorrow. I'm editing it right now. So by tomorrow, probably about 1, 2 in the afternoon, I'll post it. It's about the Mets GM search. I got a little bit of information that I kind of found out something that is very interesting. And you know the candidates. I don't have to tell you. You've probably seen the tweets from John Heyman and other sources. David Stern from the Brewers, Theo Epstein, Cubs Boston, and Billy Beane. So there's a couple of guys that it's the main choice. It's a short list. The Mets are not going to have a broad interview by like 5 to 7 to 8 guys. It's very narrow. It's a very small list. And I found out something today that is very interesting. And I'll tell you, it's already in the video, so I'm not going to throw it out there live, but it is very interesting. So don't forget to check that out when that goes up tomorrow around 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's very interesting, guys. So please check that out. What else I should tell you before we get into your comments? So once again, guys, the poll's up there. Do you think the Mets are done? Yes or no? And please vote on the other poll that's in my community, in my channel, on my community page. If you want to vote on my logo, there's four logos that I put up on the poll. If you like one, please vote on it, and whatever one wins the most votes, I'm going to make it as my logo. I have one of my favorite. It's the number 1 that I have up there with the angry baseball face. It says Talkin at your Rob. That's the one I like. But again, this is the community. I always do everything for my supporters. You guys know that, giveaways and everything like that. So I want you to be a part of it. So please vote if you can. Thank you, Karen. Yeah, it took a little, it wasn't easy to do, but I kind of like went into like a logo maker, and that was pretty cool. So I had fun doing that for the last couple of hours while I edited my video. So at the moment, I'm watching the Cowboys game because my Cowboys are losing by 3 points. Jesus Christ. They're like the Mets. But fourth quarter, 5:30 to go, and the Mets are going to start in 10 minutes. So I'm going to have a lot of moving parts here. So, all right, guys. So we're going to check your comments out. I see somebody said something earlier about let's see, something about Baez. Let's see. LFGM Hayden. Transistor from UK. We always love the UK. Okay, Daniel, I'm sorry. There we go. Do you want the Mets to sign Javier Baez? Now, I was a big guy in not re-signing him because I thought he was a toxic type of player and personality and kind of divided the team because he has his clique like we talked about in other streams. But what I've seen now, if you look at his numbers compared to Cespedes' numbers, they're very similar from what Cespedes did in 2015 and what Baez is doing now. The only difference is I think there's like a couple of less RBIs. OPS is a little lower, but it's basically very similar. The difference is Baez didn't raise the competition and raise the competitiveness of the rest of the team as Cespedes did. And you got to remember, the 2015 lineup and the 2021 lineup, if you put that lineup next to each other, 2021 looks a lot better than 2015. So it's just amazing what that lineup did with Lucas Duda and Daniel Murphy and somewhat of David Wright and Tejada, Conforto. I mean, the team that we had, Lucas Duda, they weren't even that good. Travis d'Arnaud, those type of guys, they weren't that good. There wasn't great players on that team. We have a lot of solid to great players on this team. We got Lindor, Conforto, Alonso. We can go on. It's Nimmo. It's like this team should be better lineup-wise, and it's just crazy to me. With Baez, to answer your question, what I've seen for him with taking pitches and being more selective at the plate and not just swinging at everything, if he can be that type of player, the Mets better sign him. Because if he can be that type of player who can bat 270, 280 like he did a few years ago when he had that MVP type season, if he can be that guy who can bat 260 to 280, I'll even take 260. But 270, 280 would be nice. I would take him because he will hit the 25 to 30 home runs, possibly more home runs, knocking 90 RBIs easily. That's another bop in life. And we do need that type of attitude that Javier Baez brings to this team because I think Lindor's a punk and he's not made for the spotlight. And, I still feel like if Baez wasn't on this team, Lindor would have never called out the Yankees about cheating. All of a sudden, he'd grown some balls, so to speak, because of Baez there. I don't think he would have done that if he was alone. Because how many guys on that team actually like Lindor? I don't know. So, in my opinion, yes, I think the Mets should sign Javi Baez. I think it's a smart move. And Daniel, let me get this out. Why are the Mets not let Dom play? Because he's been terrible. Honestly, between McNeil and Dominic Smith, you have to play one of them. Unless you throw Pilar out there since Nimmo came back. But you know what? I think it's a trial period with these guys right now. I think McNeil, like I said, I think McNeil is still in favor in the Mets front office. I still think they like him. I think they really fell out of love with Dom Smith. Look, everybody went crazy with Dom Smith last year. 60-game season, everybody went nuts. The same thing with Conforto. Everybody went nuts. Oh, Conforto found his way. Conforto found his way. He's going to have a big season in his contract year, get $200 million, and look what he's doing. He's lucky to get a qualifying offer. With Dominic Smith, everybody went crazy. And we have to remember the Braves, the Marlins, the Phillies, the Nationals. All of those teams, you got to remember, we only faced the AL East and the NL East, right? We didn't face other teams outside of our division. So you've seen the same pitchers over and over and over again. If you've seen the pitchers over and over and over again and again over 60 games, you're going to have a tendency of probably picking up on what they're going to try to pitch. And that's what I think the big thing was with Dominic Smith and Michael Conforto. Now that they're facing a lot of pitchers around the league, they're not adjusting to these pitchers. They don't have time to. They're not figuring out what they're supposed to do. Conforto is a little bit more surprising to me than Dominic Smith, but Dominic Smith in 2019, the last game of the season against the Braves, he hits a game-winning home run when he comes back after the injury. And everybody's like, oh, great, Dominic Smith, my favorite player. There's Dom Smith stands squads and all that stuff, and Dom bombs squads and all that stuff. Like, everybody had to take it easy on Dominic Smith. Dominic Smith, I thought he was going to be a decent hitter, but again, he's not a left fielder. You're playing him out of position. That's probably messing with his mind, and now he's just terrible at the plate. So I just don't think he's just any good anymore. I think he's going to be gone. Transistor, do we need a new GM? Heads up baseball ops and new manager? I think the candidates with Stern, Epstein, and Billy Beane, if the Mets, which seems like they're going to get one of them, I think they're going to run everything. I think they might have an assistant GM, but they're going to be running the show. So the GM and head of baseball ops is going to be either one of those guys. They're going to be a combination. One of them is going to be the baseball ops guy and the GM, and then they're probably going to have an assistant GM. The manager, I've heard some weird things about Bob Melvin of the Oakland A's. There might be a package deal with Billy Beane. I don't know. But, I mean, yeah, the A's make the playoffs every year. They seem like they win 90 games every year. But what have they won? That's what kills me about everybody that's going crazy about Billy Beane, Bob Melvin. What have they won? They make the playoffs. They lose in the first round every year. That's what they do. It's just that simple. So it's crazy to me. But again, I'm going to talk to you about the GMs in that video. And manager, I'm going to do a video after the season about that and who I think should be the manager. Hayden, the Mets offense will make up soon. Well, hey, look, mathematically, they're not eliminated. Like I said, they're only 2.5 games from being 3 games out. And that's all they need. Like, it sounds crazy. And that's why people are like the wild card's done now. The wild card, I thought, was our chance a week ago. Now, that's out. The Cardinals are going to win that second wild card. The Braves, like I said, they're not playing well. They're not pitching well. The Giants are beating them up. That might fluster them. And like I said, you have to beat the Phillies tonight to have any chance. Because if you can get it to within 4.5 games tonight, now we're talking. Now we got our big boys coming against Boston. I believe Taijuan Walker. I'm not sure who's pitching the Boston game, but I'm going to check right now for you. I think it's Taijuan Walker. Okay, it's Stroman and Miguel. So you got Stroman and Miguel against Boston. So we got to see. All right, so, and they got Rodriguez, who has a 5 ERA against the Mets for the first game against Stroman. We got to win those games. It's just that simple. If we can beat the Phillies tonight and find a way to beat Boston, Even though it sucks beating Boston because it kind of helps the Yankees, but we're not worried about the Yankees. We're in about our spot in the postseason. So can we beat Boston? Yeah, why not? They haven't been great. They lost to Baltimore a couple of times. They lost to teams that they shouldn't have lost to. You know, they're not going to have great pitching. Maybe Sale might be pitching in game 2. I don't know yet because it's to be determined. But I'm going to turn on the Met game since the Cowboys are destroying me. I think they're on 11. Oh, where the hell are they? I don't even know what channel. Oh, they're on ESPN. That's right. Oh, Lord. Gotta hear A-Rod. Okay, so, all right. So, yeah. They're not mathematically eliminated. If they lose tonight, I think it's most likely over because it's just 12 games to go and a 5.5 game, being down. It's gonna be a lot. It's a lot to do. And 7 with 17 to go didn't seem like it was gonna be possible, but it happened. Nelson Bob has post. He's not a bad manager. It's just that Oakland is such a different team than what the Mets are. The Mets are supposed to be that power hitting team. Oakland's not really a power hitting team. They're a team that hits a lot of doubles, a lot of singles. They're not a big home run team. Yeah, I know they got a couple of guys that can hit home runs, but other than that, I mean, they're not. But again, am I going to be mad if the Mets hire Bob Melvin as the manager? No. But you know what? It seems like a retread when it comes to it seems like the Mets love to get everybody from Oakland, right? We all remember Art Howe and that disaster, right? So, can that be a retread? Bob Melvin obviously done a lot better than Art Howe over the year, but Art Howe had really good teams as well. And everybody thought when Art Howe was the Mets manager and they signed him, that was a good move, and he was a complete disaster. Hey, it's not really optimism because everybody, I get killed on my channel for being so negative. But, I would have liked Rojas to say that a week ago about mathematically still alive, not when, you're at, you're basically 6 feet under and the last pile of dirt's coming on you. That's the only analogy I can come up with. And then he says it, but he's not wrong. It is what it is. So that's what we have to do. Win tonight is all we can control. Win tonight, see what happens. We obviously gain the game on the Phillies if we win tonight. That's it. It's that simple. That's what we have to do. So the game is about to start. Let me just set up the game day for you guys so you guys can see. Just give me a second. Might take a few seconds. There we go. Excuse me. So while it's loading, let me just see the other. Gio's at City Field right now, 2:36. Let's go. All right, Gio, have fun. Hopefully you get the W. I know there ain't a lot of people there. That's for sure. All righty, so it's about to get going. Let's go a little closer. Oop, that's a little far. Alrighty. Let me just share your screen, guys. Give me a second. Trial and error here. Just working this kinks out. Alrighty, there we go. All right, guys. So I'm going to leave the scores up there for you guys so you guys can see the score. Haha, Yankees lost again. But whatever. Oh, Hector, my Cowboys, I tell you. Oh, they're showing Pin Man and Cowboy Man. That's what I like to see. My boys, Nick and Eddie. All right, so the game's about to start. Freddie Galvis is going to be leading off, guys. So here we go. Let's go, Mets. Here we go. Let's get this W. The gamer, Rich Hill, Dick Mountain on the mound, baby. Here we go. Don't forget, guys, hit on that like button. Remember, the more likes we get, the more the stream goes out to more people. That's what we're hoping for. All right, so we got a pop-up. It's in the Bermuda Triangle, but it looks like Lindor's got it and makes it to get out. All right, here we go. That's what I like to see. Oh, transistor, Mets and Jets. That's my father right there. I mean, it's not like the Cowboys are any better, so the Mets and Cowboys are a joke. And then, I'm a Knicks fan, which they were surprising last year. And, and hockey, I'm a Ranger fan, so, it's a little more torture. I like to get tortured. Why not? But all right, so we got one down. Gene Segura is up. Already. So like Rich Hill is going to be a big, he's going to battle. That's for sure. He'll probably give up 2 or 3 runs. It's just a matter of the Mets offense. Can they score a couple of runs? Transition. Any big free agents we might actually go for this offseason? There's two that I think everybody knows about: Nick Castellanos and Chris Bryant. I don't think the Mets are going to get both of them, but why not, right? If the Mets get one of them, I'll be happy. If they get two, I'll be ecstatic. So we got a 2-2 count to Gene Segura, 1 out, top of the first. Unfortunately, the Mets are on ESPN, so we have to deal with Vasgersian and A-Rod. And I don't have the volume up, thank God. So come on, Rich. Rich Hill fouled off, so still 2-2 count. Think the Mets just sign a long man next year. Oh, they probably will. Correa, Hayden, I know you've been talking about it. You talked about it in other streams. I don't know. I honestly don't know what Correa. I don't think the Mets are gonna sign him. We're gonna sign another shortstop. He's probably gonna play third. It's a lot. I know that whole Puerto Rican connection thing would be very interesting to see. And Rich Hill strikes out Gene Segura on a fastball. Get out of here. Shoot, Rich Hill should be our ace, man. Obviously, DeGrom don't want to pitch anymore, so Rich Hill. I'm telling you, Rich Hill's a gamer, man. I love Rich Hill. That's like the hardest pitch I think he ever has thrown in like 5 years, 89. Heck, I'd rather have Correa over Baez. I think Correa is more of a clutch guy, but you know what? I think Correa, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up somewhere on the West Coast. I wouldn't be surprised if the Angels make a bid at him. They need to start winning with Trout. I mean, eventually they got to start winning. So I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up at the Angels. But I don't think the Mets are going to go after Correa. I think the key thing here, if they sign Baez, I think the other big move they have to make is either Chris Bryant or Carlos Correa. I mean, sorry, not Carlos Correa. I'm sorry, or Nick Castellanos. Well, yeah, Hayden, that's true with the Giants. You see, that was my biggest problem with Sandy Olson not trading for Bryant. And it wasn't just getting him to help this lineup. It was looking at the bigger picture, the offseason. What hurt us, him going to the Giants, is that he was a Giants fan growing up. He's playing, the team's really good right now. He might feel great staying with the Giants, knowing how good they are. Now, they can fall apart in the playoffs, and then he says, the hell with it. But, again, money talks. They're going to take if the money is high enough, he's going to go to that team. But he might give a little bit of a team-friendly deal, not too much, but team-friendly deal to stay with the Giants. And that would hurt us. Because I really like Chris Bryant. I think he'd be great. Castellanos in Detroit, big ballpark, he really looked good. When he went to the Reds, smaller ballpark, he's been really good. I wouldn't be mad about either one, but it comes to the fact if you offer the qualifying offer to Michael Conforto, right, and he actually takes that offer, takes the qualifying offer for 1 year, where you're going to sign Nick Castellanos and put him in left field, right? Because I think Dominic Smith's off this team. So that means you still got McNeil. You sign Baez, he plays second. Lindor's at short. Who's your third baseman, Jeff McNeil? You could do that. But Jeff McNeil, he's not really out of left field and second base and third base. His worst position is third base. He's not that good of a third baseman. So that hurts you defensively. Now, I'm not going to complain about it. If Castellanos is in left, you got Nimmo in center and Conforto in right. But if I was the Mets, I wouldn't even offer the qualifying offer to Conforto. Even though the Mets probably will, I would do everything they can to get Chris Bryant. I think it's just smart management. It's just smart. You know, let Chris Bryant decline this, though, the Mets offer. If he accepts a lower offer to stay with the Giants, then the Mets did everything they can. Like if the Mets offer him, I don't know, 6 years, 210, and the Giants offer him 6 years, 190, and he takes it. You can't do nothing about it. But I want Chris Bryant to decline the Mets offer and not take it. That's what I want. Castellanos, I think the Mets can easily get. If the Mets want him, they will get him. You know, he will opt out of his contract. So, you know, what is the contract? 4 years, 80 million for Castellanos? 5 years, 100? Maybe. I think 4 years, 80 is more in his range. But again, you know, it really depends on who's trying to get him. You know, what is the competition that we're looking at? You know, who's looking for an outfielder, for an everyday right fielder? He can play center field every now and then. You know, Chris Bryant, the same thing. I think the Giants and the Mets are the only two teams that are probably going to go really after him with the money. You know, we also have the collective bargaining agreement. That's a big deal. So we just have to wait and see with that. You know, who knows if anything's going to be moving? You know, are they going to push back the qualifying offer date because of the collective bargaining agreement? Or there's so many moving parts. That's why this offseason is going to be interesting. So that means a lot of live streams, a lot of videos coming through, guys. So that's going to be a crazy offseason for sure. Master, how good is Castellanos? Well, he's been good. Now, I can pull up his stats right now. And it's a 3-2 count to Real Muto right now with a guy on first. Let me pull up his stats. And I'll tell you right now. All right. Just give me a second, guys. Let me load the... All righty. Outfield. Okay, here we go. Nick Castellanos. All right, just give me a second, guys. Real Muto staying alive. All right, so he's batting 310, 29 RBIs. I'm sorry. Batting 310, 29 home runs with 83 RBIs. OPS of 928. So he's been good. So a 310 average is almost 30 points higher than his career average at 278. But he's averaged like 20 to 29 25 to 32 home runs per season. So it's a good season. You gotta remember, he has nobody really in that lineup to help him out. So 83 RBIs. Wow. You even want to know what's going on in the game? So JT Realmuto hit a ball to left center. JT Realmuto got a base hit. Harper was running around. And JT Realmuto tried for a second. It looked like Baez tagged him. And then Harper went all the way around to home, and he beat the throw home. So, Jesus Christ. How can you let him go first to home? How can you let him go first to home? Now, did Baez tag him? Nah, he missed him. So, I don't know why, and this is the problem, that why Jeff McNeil. Why did Jeff McNeil throw to Lindor and not throw a second? It just didn't make sense. You hit your cutoff man. You would have had Harper dead to rights at home. Real Muto is not the issue. There was 2 outs. You could have had him at the plate. This team already first inning. Well, you saw Lindor, if you're watching it on ESPN. Lindor was going like this to McNeil. So McNeil didn't see it, or was just so concerned about the runner at first. I don't understand that. You hit your cutoff man. Lindor has the option to do what he wants to do. So did they think JT Realmuto missed first? He touches the base. So, God damn it. And Harper passes the stop sign too. So it's like, Lord, it's amazing. It's simple. simple fundies, guys. Simple fundies. You hit your cutoff man. It wasn't a smart play by Harper. He just got lucky. He blew past the stop sign. All you had to do was hit the cutoff man, which was Lindor, and then Lindor would have had him out by a mile. Lord. So it's 1-0 Phillies, 2 outs on a terrible play by Jeff McNeil. He should have just hit the cutoff man, and Harper would have been dead to rights at home. Harper never stopped. Never stopped. Fuck. Terrible, guys. By the way, guys, breaking news, the Cowboys won the game. Sorry, Giant fans, but go Cowboys. Sorry. So, again, Harper was not running on the play. So, okay, so Nimmo had it. So, Nimmo threw it to second base when he should have thrown it to Lindor. It's goddamn it. Yeah, so it was Nimmo, not McNeil. Oh, yeah. So, Rich Hill already got 26 pitches in the inning. So, I mean, he might go 5. So, that means our wonderful bullpen might come in. How about them Cowboys? And strike 3, Rich Hill got out of the inning with just 1 run. So, I'm not going to blame Rich Hill there. It was basically a bloop hit by Realmuto. Just a bad play by Nimmo. Not paying attention to the actual play. Lindor was right there with the cutoff. He should have just thrown it home, thrown it to Nimmo, and would have been safe. He would have been out of the play by a mile. So it wasn't a good play by Harper. It wasn't a good base running play. The same thing you could say about the Baez base running against the Marlins that time. It wasn't good base running. It wasn't good base running for Harper, which is sucks. So we're going to the bottom of the first. Mets are losing 1-0, guys. Lord. Once again, guys, Super Chat is live, guys. If you want to donate to the channel, I really do appreciate it. No obligation, obviously. Just letting you know it's out there. It's available. So if you want to donate, I really appreciate it. If you don't, it's all good. Just wanted to let you know it's out there. Super Chat is live, so thank you, guys. Obviously, I couldn't have done it without you, and I really do appreciate it. So make sure you hit on that like button, guys, so the stream can go out to more people. Obviously, it's rare. It's in the beginning. We start off around 10 to 12, and then by like mid-game, we go up to 30 to 40, and then at the end of the game, we hit 50. So that's our plan. We're trying to get to 60, 70, 80 views, possibly 100. So let's make that happen, guys. And the only way it can happen is you to like that, hit that like button, share the stream on your Twitter, on anywhere you can to get it out to more people. We got 11 viewers right now, guys. Welcome to Talkin' Mets with Rob. Phillies versus Mets. Game day is on. So stick around. Let's watch the game together. All your questions, all your opinions, whatever you want to talk about, put it in the chat and we'll talk about it here. I know nobody's happy with me right now because the Giants lost an awful game to the Washington football team, and my Cowboys beat one of the better teams in the Chargers, and they played well against Tampa. So, boom. So we're going to the bottom of the first, guys. Mets are down 1-0. Already bad fundamentals by this Mets team. Like I said, the Mets haven't been giving up a lot of runs. They just haven't been scoring either. You want me to get my Cowboy jersey on? My Prescott jersey? You know, the real quarterback in the NFCs? Giants are not so better. They got no defense. Their defense is terrible, and they're supposed to be good. Their quarterback is a joke. Saquon Barkley is a joke. How about Kenny Golladay yelling at his own quarterback? All right, so here we go, guys. Bottom of the first. Brandon Nimmo's leading off. Kyle Gibson is on the mound. Obviously acquired from the Rangers. And the Cardinals beat the Padres again. So, like I said, the Cardinals are going to win this division. So we just hope the Padres don't completely fall apart when they face the Braves in the upcoming series. Yep, he's out. He's our spark plug, Marco. Come on, Brandon. And he hits a grounder to first base and takes it himself. All right, one out. And the Braves beat the Giants, so that's not good. Max Fried pitched a great game, so damn it. Eddie Rosario, I believe, hit for the cycle. Wow. All right. Well, that sucks. So at the moment, the Mets are 6 games out of the division, but if they win, they'll remain 5.5. So wishful thinking. Marco, the stadium is quiet. I'm not surprised. I mean, the team's falling apart. Maybe if the Mets would have won the first 2 games, it would have been rocking a little bit. But you got an okay crowd for a Sunday night, I guess. But it's not something that if the Mets were doing well, it would have probably been packed. But what can you do, right? So Lindor is up and he hits one up the middle for a base hit. So we got a 1-out base hit with a man on first. So we'll see what we can do some damage here. Hector, I don't like Chapman. I think he's injury prone. He had that hip issue coming into the year. He's had a good year, but I don't. See, the thing with Matt Chapman, I think he's a West Coast type of player. And what I'm saying is, I'm not sure if he's going to be good for New York. That's just me. But giving up the guys you just said, I worry about giving up McGill only because I don't know what the Mets are going to do rotation wise. Because it's going to be interesting. We still got to sign Stroman. We have to give a qualifying offer to Syndergaard. We do got Carrasco. We got to hope DeGrom is healthy. McGill is there. Walker's back. So, we have to fill out that rotation as well. So we got to be careful what type of pitches we give away. Robert, how you doing? Hit and send Lindor. That'd be nice. I don't think Oakland's going to take on that contract, especially with Billy Bean over there. But, it'll be interesting if the Mets hire Billy Bean. They have that good relationship. You never know. They might do something like that. You never know. But it will be so interesting this year with this Mets team. There's so much to do. Like, I really think this team's going to look a lot different. I think McNeil's going to be gone. Davis is going to be gone. Dom's going to be gone. If I really think everybody's going to be gone, I think those 3 guys are going to be gone. So let's see. We got Lindor on first. We got a 0-2 count on Alonso. Alonso's just been bad lately. Really bad. We need him to start heating up, hitting a few bombs. Well, Hector, the top free agent pitcher is going to be Gausman of the Giants, and this is only the first. This is the first year he actually pitched really well. All the other years. Remember, he was with Baltimore for a lot of the years. He signed with the Giants for 1 year, and he's been excellent for them. But would you be willing to give him a contract only for 1 good year? That's rough. So there's really nobody out there. Max Scherzer. Let's see. There's a lot of old guys out there. A lot of older guys. Like I said, I wouldn't mind signing Scherzer for a 1 year deal. I think he's still got something left. I mean, he's pitching great for the Dodgers. Maybe you can get Scherzer for a 1 year, $12-13 million deal, maybe something like that. But again, I think the Mets are just going to sign their guys, get a couple of back in the rotation type of guys. If you want, Gausman's going to get a big contract, so the Mets ain't going to go after him. You got to look at guys like the Max Scherzer types. Sledge, how you doing, buddy? Once again, guys, please hit on that like button. Don't forget, hit on that like button, guys. More likes, more people see this stream. It goes to the top of the list. That's what we're going to be hoping for this Mets and Philly series. I'm surprised we didn't get no Philly fans yet. Probably will. With Marte Sledge, 32, like I said, he's been good. But you know what? he is a center fielder. You got Nimmo. Would you move Nimmo to left field? I think he's declining a little bit, so it'd be rough to put him at center field at 32 years old. Nimmo's shown he can do it. And, if Conforto is going to be around, I think the Mets are probably going to be focused in on Nick Castellanos. So we got to wait and see. Like I said, we got to see what happens because a lot of things can go on. Chris Bryant might, he's going to go in the open market. He's not going to negotiate an extension with the Giants. He's going to go into free agency. So, how many teams are going to be after Chris Bryant? How many teams are going to be after Castellanos? More teams are probably going to go after Bryant because he's versatile. He can play the infield. He can play all the outfield positions. Bryant played everywhere in the infield. He can play everywhere. He can even play shortstop if you really remember. He came up as a shortstop. So he can play in a lot of places. So I think more valuable is probably Bryant. But like I said, I want Bryant more than Castellanos, but I'm not going to be mad if the Mets get either one. That's the other thing, Hector. Verlander and Kershaw. Now, Verlander is very interesting, though, because he is coming off of Tommy John, but he is very, very interesting. And I think Pete Alonso struck out. Yes, he did. On a slider. Jesus Christ, Pete. So, Kershaw's a free agent. Maybe the Dodgers will sign him, but you never know. Like I said, can you get one of those guys? I would be very interested to see if Justin Verlander is healthy. I like him. I really like him. Wyatt, how you doing? Thank you for tuning in. Wyatt, I don't know if you've been here before to my channel, but I really do appreciate it. Please hit on that like button, and hopefully you stick around throughout the game, Wyatt. But thank you for tuning in. Well, Robert, it is what it is at this point, Diehards watch, unfortunately. Lindor is still hanging around first base right now with 2 outs with Conforto up. How about the Raiders, though? They beat the Steelers. Jeez. Come on, Michael. See if you can do something. You bum. Johnny Cueto, he's been good for the Giants as well, Yeah, there's a lot of pitchers that are available. They're not great pitchers, but again, do the Mets really need top of the line starting pitcher? They're gonna give a qualifying offer to Syndergaard, and he's gonna accept it. Nobody's gonna give Syndergaard a contract, even 2 years probably, because they don't trust him because he had Tommy John. Before the Tommy John, it was a soldier, it was a quad, it was a lat muscle. So the Mets are gonna give him a qualifying offer, and he's gonna take it. Syndergaard's gonna be stupid not to take $19-20 million for that qualifying offer. All right, so Conforto's a 1-1 count, and it's now it's a 2-1 count. So when it comes to Stroman, I feel like the Mets are going to probably try to offer him a contract. But again, there's going to be a lot of people after Stroman. A lot of teams after Stroman. A lot of teams. So, I don't want to overpay for Stroman either, because I tell you, he's a consistent pitcher. He's not a great pitcher. And giving him a 5-6 year deal over $100 million is very dangerous. I don't trust him. Conforto takes a ball, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Would you send Lindor on a 3-1 count, or you wait? The New York throw the towel Mets. Never. Mathematically still alive, Fernando. Our buddy Rojas said that. You got to believe him, no? All right, Michael, 3-1 count. This is the pitch he can hit here. Ball 4. All right, so here we go. We got Baez up. One of the hottest hitters in the Mets lineup. Sorry, Fernando. When are you jumping on that Yankees bandwagon? Oh, right. They're going to be playing golf with the Mets. All my Yankee fans at the job today were very quiet, and they're gonna be even more quiet. I don't work tomorrow, but they're gonna be even more quiet. And believe me when I tell you, I text all my friends at work who are Yankee fans, getting beat up by the freaking Cleveland Indians who got no hit 4 times. I love it. I love it. Well, he's got to alert the fan base. Of course, Travis is killing me. He's not wearing a Met uniform anymore. All right, so Baez got a 1-0 count, first and second, one out. They're showing Noah Syndergaard right now, who actually might be back sometime next week, which would be very interesting. Javier Baez is batting 426 with 15 runs scored in 15 games, in the last 15 games. That's crazy. Come on, Javi. Yeah, I saw Jimenez. He played well in the Yankee series. Well, like I says, I didn't like that trade. I was very, we didn't need a shortstop. That was the thing that kind of annoyed me. The trade, your two young shortstops, your rising star, so to speak, with Rosario and Jimenez, who looked really good in the 60-game season. And it's like, I was happy because the Mets made a big trade for a big-time guy who we thought was Lindor. But to make a trade, giving away all your shortstops for a shortstop, knowing that you have 4 to 5 shortstops after this year being free agents, that this didn't make sense. So, but again, that trade's done. I think we could have survived with Rosario. He has better numbers than Lindor, by the way. Come on, Javi. 2-0 count. And he grounds one through a slider there. Two-seamer fastball. All right. Well, through a sinker. No, you know what it is, Hector? Sandy Olson thinks he's still in Oakland. Hey, Javi made me eat my words. Javi's been just as good as Cespedes has been. The only difference is Cespedes actually had players on that team that actually hit, unlike this team. Javi Baez has basically similar numbers to what Cespedes did when he came in 2015. So 2-1 count to Javi Baez and a fake throw to second. Oh, there you go. Look, that's the biggest concern I have with Billy Beane because he's a Sandy Olson. Sandy Olson basically mentored Billy Beane. Some people are like, oh, Billy Beane, one-time Met prospect. He wants to right the wrong. What wrong? He sucked. The Mets took him in the top 10 in the 80s. Supposed to be one of the best top prospects in baseball coming out of college or coming out of high school, basically. And he was a bum. And the Mets traded him during the 86 season. So, as you might know. And if you watched Once Upon a Time in Queens, if you weren't around in that time, you understand. If you watch it, it was really good. I'm actually going to do a couple of videos on that about Once Upon a Time in Queens. I think that would be fun. And Javi Baez strikes out with 2 men on. There we go. Typical Mets. How about those Cowboys, Karen? Look, I've said it, and you guys remember the video I did about a month ago? I said, I do think that I still believe that when Zach Scott said, the players are responsible for their health as well, I think that was a direct line and a direct notice to DeGrom. Even though it was about Lindor at the time, it was about Nimmo and other players that were injured, that they weren't rehabbing the way the Mets wanted them to, or their plan towards rehab. And I do think DeGrom is the type of pitcher who, if he doesn't feel 100%, he's not pitching. It's just that simple. But you also have to take into consideration and that After next year, he has an opt-out. So DeGrom is not going to risk an injury and risk not opting out because of an injury and make more money because he will opt out after next year. If he pitches the same way, if he comes back next year and pitches well and really well, he's opting out of that contract to get more money. So I would think that DeGrom would actually look. I don't know if DeGrom was here, if he would have came back a month ago and it was possible and he could, there's no structural damage to that ligament and it's only inflammation, then he should have been back a month ago, 2 months ago. It's just that simple. I think he let this team down, in my opinion. Now, the players might not see it that way. The players might see it as, listen, we don't want this guy to get hurt. Okay, fine. But if it's a sprain in the elbow or in the ligament or whatever the hell it is, we still really don't know. It's not a tear in the ligament. It's not a partial tear in the ligament. It's a sprain with inflammation, apparently. So if it's that, and he's been rehabbing all this time and doing all this therapy, he should have pitched. Maybe this team would have, having DeGrom pitch every fifth day, we always have a chance to win. Instead of losing those 5-6 games in a row, losing series, he can be that stopgap to stop the bleeding. But he hasn't pitched since what, July 5th, 3rd, 2nd? It's been over 2 months. So it sucks. So we're going to the top of the second, guys. The Mets are losing 1-0. Brandon Nimmo did not hit a cutoff man, decided to throw it to second, and Bryce Harper basically went first to home on a base hit, or technically a double, but it was like a base hit. And Verlin hits a base hit. So 1 on, no outs. Here we go. Lord. Lordy Lord. Hector, yeah, I don't think DeGrom has more injuries. I honestly think that the Mets had a plan. And you could see when Alderson came out with the partially torn UCL ligament, DeGrom wasn't happy when he interviewed the next day. It clearly is not a ligament. He even said it himself, DeGrom. There's no structural damage in my ligament or in my elbow. So, freaking pitch. I mean, it's just that simple. Again, it's the same thing when it came to Stroman last year about opting out right before the season started. He opted out because he didn't want to risk injury and a big contract. It just so happens that he took the qualifying offer. Because, remember, if he would have pitched and played, he would have been eligible for free agent this offseason. So, a 60-game season, a pandemic year, not knowing how the money is going to work out after the pandemic year, a lot of owners crying poor. And remember, Stroman was coming off an ankle issue in spring training before the season started in July. So he was worried about risking injury because if he pitched one batter in that season, he lost his eligibility and would have to be a free agent after this. So if he got hurt or didn't pitch well because of an injury, he wouldn't get the big contract like he's going to get this year. So the same thing with DeGrom. If DeGrom is really injured and doesn't want to risk injury and it's going to leak into next year, now he doesn't pitch great. He gets injured more. Now he can't opt out of that contract. Now you're going to say, well, he's making about $25, $26 million already. But if he opts out, he will get more because the Mets will have no choice but to give him more money. So it's a little selfish. It's very selfish, actually. But this is what these players think. This is how they think now. They're all for themselves. There's not a team player anymore. It's just not. You don't have Nimmos of the world anymore besides Nimmo. So we did get 1 out. Pop up the right field, and Knapp is up right now, the 8th hitter. So it's 8th hitter. If he doesn't hit the double play, the pitcher's up. So see if the Mets can actually, keep this a 1-run game. Oh yeah, Arrieta's done. That was terrible. I'm not gonna lie, that was bad. And strikeout Nap. All right, so 2 outs, and Gibson coming up, the pitcher. Oh yeah, for sure, Hector. Yeah, with the routines and everything like that, for sure. But I think of it this way: they played a 60-game season, right? Spring training, they played like what do they have, like a week and a half of spring training in February before the lockdown in March, a week and a half, 2 weeks. So they didn't really ramp up these pitchers, and then they basically had April, May, and June. They had 3 months off before they had to ramp up again for the spring training 2.0, and they had a couple of starts. So and then they rested another 5 months after that. I don't know. I honestly think that they had more rest than they needed. They should all be fine. It's a pop up looking like the Mets are going to get out of the inning with just no runs, and that's nice to see. All right, 3 outs. So we're going to the bottom of the second, guys. 1-0 Phillies. All right. So I'm not. I don't think it had anything to do with the pandemic season. They had a lot more rest. I don't think that's what messed up the Grom. You know what messed up the Grom? Pitching and throwing 101 and 102 on every freaking fastball he throws. That's messing up his arm. Because you don't see starting pitchers throw 100, 101 on every pitch that he throws. That's a fastball. I mean, every other pitch was 100, 101. That's what messed up the Grom's arm. It's not natural. It's not natural to throw 100, 101 miles an hour, 6, 7 innings. You gotta remember, the only guys that do that consistently are relievers that throw 100, 101, who come in for 1 inning, maybe throw 20 pitches. That's it. DeGrom could throw 97 miles an hour and still be the best pitcher in baseball. It's just that simple. If he can take a couple of miles per hour off, because I think that's what's tearing. Because remember, in 2020, he was throwing 100, but a lot of his pitches were 98, 99, 100. But this year, all he was throwing, like, there was not one fastball that was less than 99 miles an hour. That's scary. That's not natural. It's dangerous. Your arm just don't. It's just not supposed to do that 6, 7 innings through 100 pitches. He'll throw his fastball 75% of the time. 75%. If he throws 90 pitches, that's over 67, 68, almost 70 pitches that are fastballs that are 100, 101 miles an hour. That is not healthy for your arm. It's just that simple. No matter how smooth his motion is, how easygoing it looks, it takes a hit on your elbow. And then he throws the hardest slider in the game. His slider is 95, 94, 95 miles an hour. That's not natural for a starting pitcher. The only people you see throw 94, 95 miles an hour sliders is relievers who only throw, again, 15 to 20 pitches an inning, and then they sit down. It's not natural throwing 94, 95 miles an hour sliders for 6 innings and throwing 100, 101 miles an hour through 6 innings. It's dangerous. And I think the Mets really have to get into DeGrom's head. Hey, dial it down a little bit. I can assure you, the way he pitches up in the zone, DeGrom, nobody's touching him. They can't touch him. He's the best pitcher in baseball. So somebody's got to get into his head and be like, listen, we don't need you to throw 101 miles an hour. It's going to mess up your arm. It's going to screw you up. It's going to cause more injuries. It's not natural. Somebody's got to get into that head of his and tell him that, because he's going to do what he wants to do. But you have to get it into his head. Yeah, that speed, Hector, like I said, there's no starting pitcher in the league that throws a slider 94, 95 miles an hour and throws a fastball of 100, 101 consistently through 6 or 7 innings. It's just not healthy. It's not possible. You don't see pitchers do that. And if they have a 94, 90, 93, 94 miles an hour slider, they're throwing like 96 as a fastball. So I think that's the big key. If the Mets can focus in on them, I don't know what's going on. Something's going on on the field right now. Oh, well, I guess not. Whatever. So we're getting to the bottom of the second, guys. The Mets are losing 1-0. So that's what I think. The sliders mess up your arm, but it messes up your arm when you throw that hard, and that's what's scary. Yeah, Lawrence. Unfortunately, don't forget, guys. Before the bottom of the second happens, JD Davis is up. Hit on that like button, guys. Don't forget to hit on that like button. Let's get this stream out to more people, guys. We're gonna have some fun tonight. Talking about the Grom, talking about the Mets disaster already in the first inning. Even though they only gave up 1 run, JD Davis is at the plate in the bottom of the second. So let's keep it going, guys. Be with you through the end of the game. See if the Mets actually can win a ball game. Keep on coming with your questions, with your opinions, guys, about the Grom or whatever you want. But again, the New York Mets and the Grom, I really think they have to really sit down with him. Whoever the pitching coach is going to be, because there's going to be new coaching staff. Whoever the pitching coach is going to be, and manager and ownership or front office, they have to get with him and be like, listen, you can't throw this hard. It's just, you can't. It's just going to mess you up. The plan for this year with the Grom, I wouldn't pitch him anymore. Not this year. But oh, I knew we were gonna get a Philly fan. Quinn, hey, your Phillies have been good. I can't. What can I say? There's nothing I can say, right? All I can say is you guys been good. Harper's been unreal. I can't stand Harper, but there's no denying the fact that he's putting up crazy numbers and basically carrying this Philly team to possibly first place. And JD Davis hits a weak grounder. Figures. So, yeah, when it comes to the plan for DeGrom, I think is this. Shut him down the rest of the season. Make sure he's 100% going into spring training in 2022. That's it. Let him come back. He should be healthy. He has all these months off. And that's it. Simple. Keep him relaxed, healthy. Let him go to spring training, and that's when they have to talk them. Let him know, don't throw crazy fastballs 100, 101 on every pitch. He can dial it down a little bit. 98, 99 is perfectly fine, especially with a nasty slider. And he has a wicked changeup as well. So it's 1 out. Jeff McNeil is up at the plate, guys. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Girardi, as much as he is a good manager and I do like him, I mean, it's not like he turned the Phillies into a 97-win team either. He still had, a bad bullpen. No matter what manager, how good a manager you are not going to win games if you have a bad bullpen. The Phillies had a bad bullpen the last couple of years. It's just that simple. And Hector, DeGrom doesn't throw his curveball at all, maybe once a game. So I'm not really worried about that. I think it's just the heavy fastballs and the sliders that are just crazy freaking velocity. Yeah, Quinn, you know what? We've talked about that already, and obviously you're a Phillies fan. And like I said, 2 weeks ago, I didn't want Baez on his team. I thought he was a toxic guy. I think his attitude wasn't good for this team. And he developed, a bond with Lindor and other guys on the team. But then he separated the team from another clique. And I didn't like that. But look, you can't deny the fact that Baez has been great for us. He's had similar numbers to Cespedes. Like I said, I'm not going to be against signing Baez and having that up the middle defense. It's going to be insane. Maybe Lindor with Baez can be a better player, which would be nice because we gave him a god-awful amount of money. But like I said, I honestly, Quinn, all honesty, I didn't think the Phillies were going to be a good team. And look at your best pitcher is basically the former Met, Zach Wheeler. And listen, I don't like Aaron Nola. I think he's garbage. But Wheeler is your ace. And when you have an ace, anything can happen if you make the playoffs. So, like I said, Quinn, the Mets aren't out of it technically, so I'm not going to say good luck. But again, I have no love lost for the Phillies. I can't stand them. And I know, Quinn, you probably can't stand us. It's just, it's natural. But again, for Lindor and Baez would be scary up the middle. But what does that really mean? It doesn't mean nothing if the rest of the team is garbage. So Nito swung and missed and lost his bat. So again, Kyle Gibson, we're making him look like Cy Young here, but that's typical Mets, right, guys? Yeah, yeah, Hector, exactly. In 20, like I was saying this to you guys earlier. If you look at the lineup in 2021 and look at the lineup in 2015, we had Duda, Darno before he's um, been as good as he's been with the Braves. We had and Lindor Nito struck out on a terrible slider going to the top of the third. Jesus, that's terrible. And yes, exactly, Hector. Cano's another one. And look, as much as Cano, people can talk all they want about him. The trade was stupid. The trade was stupid. But Cano was the best hitter on his team last year. And Cano is a guy, especially with the DH, I would not mind him putting them at DH every now and then. PA, how you doing? If the Mets can't get Buck Showalter, I'll be fine with Kevin Long. I think the Mets burned that bridge with Kevin Long when they fired him. I don't think Kevin Long is going to be. I don't want another first-time manager. PA. I do not want a first-time manager. I want somebody in here with experience who knows how to manage, because the biggest culprit, besides the offense and besides this terrible offensive showing that they had this season, has been Luis Rojas. Luis Rojas, with his stupid decisions, lost us at least between 5 to 8 games this year. Yeah, Hector, he's a solid hitting coach, but what does that really mean? That means he's going to be a good manager? I don't know about that. Honestly, I do not know about that. And I don't want a first-time manager. I don't care if he was a coach or not. I don't want a first-time manager. This Mets team needs somebody who has experience, somebody who can control the media, not say stupid comments like Rojas has done, who knows how to manage a bullpen, knows how to manage a roster, and pinch hit in situations, which Rojas is terrible at. You just need somebody with experience. If it's who we talked about earlier, Bob Melvin, who's the Oakland A's manager right now, is it Buck Showalter, which is my favorite guy? Is it somebody else? Maybe. But I need somebody with experience. This team needs somebody with experience to get this team over the hump. I'm not worried about the offense because I think the team's going to be turned over. There's going to be acquisitions. There's going to be a lot of turnover with this team. Add in offensive talent. It's going to be fine offensively because they're going to make changes. Having Baez for a full year, if they do sign him, big difference. I think it will also help Lindor to have Baez around. I think the Mets are either going to get Chris Bryant or Nick Castellanos. Either one of those actually help this team offensively, no matter who it is. If you can get both of them, wishful thinking, it's possible. But the biggest thing this team needed was a solid leader that can lead this team. And Rojas was not the leader. Going out and screaming at the umpires, the protected players, is nice, and it looks good for optics, but it's not a leader. We needed somebody who doesn't take Walker after 88 pitches, who doesn't take Walker out again in the 5th inning, who doesn't take Stroman out after 89 pitches. You can't do that. I know a lot of these managers are analytics driven and they go by the books, but you have to read you have to have that gut feeling. Be like, you know what? I think we got to go with our guy here. Stick with him. Why not? And then a couple of nights ago or a week ago or so, you pinch hit Patrick Mazeika instead of J.D. Davis because Bender, his ball and his point, this is what Rojas said, and the way he throws his ball doesn't line up, and I think Galvez hits a ball in the gap, and I think Nimmo got it. Okay, 1 down. So his trajectory of the ball is not in the line of swinging as J.D. Davis, but he pitches a worse hitter than Patrick Mazepa because it's a left-hander. Fine, whatever. And then the next night, we all remember, he pinches J.D. Davis against Bender. That makes no sense. So he contradicted what he said the night before. That is somebody who is second-guessing himself and not know what he's doing. I don't want that manager. I want a manager, even if the manager puts up a pinch hitter or puts somebody in the bullpen, puts in somebody in the bullpen, and after the game he goes, that's what I wanted to do. I felt like it was the right guy. You have to be 100% in your decision. Rojas, if he's going by the book, he doesn't believe what the book's telling him. That's a problem. Because when he goes into the press conference and he says, well, this, and this, he's basically reading off a paper of what it says. And he's not believing what the paper says or what so he's going into the analytical department and the front office and the performance staff, and what they're telling him he doesn't believe, but he has to do it because he's basically the puppet of the ownership of the front office. That's the problem. I want somebody who goes in there and says, I put in Loop, I took out Showman because I felt like this was the best move. If he said that, nobody's going to complain. Yes, you're going to get a little grief because it didn't work out, but that's sports. You're not going to always make the right decision. But I want somebody who 100% believes in what they're doing. And if you make the move, believe in the move 100%. Fans will respect the fact that you believed in that move. Not because something tells you that on a piece of paper and you did it because you have to, not because you believe it. That's my problem with Rojas, and that's why he's gone. Well, it really depends. You see, it really depends who comes in as president of baseball ops. Because if any of these guys, if it's Billy Bean, Epstein, or David Stearns, they're going to be running the show. So it's going to be who they want. Remember, Sandy's going to be the president of the team. He's just going to be a guy in the background doing the business operations. Whoever gets hired as baseball ops is going to be the guy who's going to make these decisions. Theo Epstein, with Boston and with the Cubs, wanted an experienced manager on their team. Somebody, and remember, the Cubs were a young team. Boston wasn't really a young team. But, they had Terry Francona. The Cubs had Madden, right? So, and that was a young team. You need a guy that knows what he's doing, who has experience with this young team. That's what they have to do. It's just that simple. And it's just a matter of, if it's Theo Epstein, he's probably going to go more of I think anyone you get, David Stearns, Billy Bean, or Theo Epstein, either one of them, I think they're going to go for somebody with experience. That's just my opinion. Oh, well, I'm not surprised because ESPN got the game, right? So, well, I appreciate hey, if you can enjoy it, if your Phillies team's winning, I got the game day here. I'm, talking about the game, but, Met fans want to know what's going on. Bochy too, Hector, another one. So, Quinn, I appreciate you sticking around. At least I can give you some sorts of a live game. So, yeah, guys. So, Bochy, Buck, Bob Melvin. Some people talked about Kevin Long. I don't think so. Like I said, the way the Mets are going with their player, the baseball ops guy, which is Bean, Stearns, Epstein, I think they're going to go with the manager route. I think it's going to be a short list of experienced guys. They're not going to go with somebody who's not experienced in baseball ops or the manager. I think it's just that simple. But again, I worry about Billy Bean being so close to Sandy Olson because Sandy Olson might be in his ear too much, and I don't like that. At least I know with Theo Epstein, he's gonna want to be the guy. He wants to do his thing, wants to be left alone and do his thing. The same thing with David Stearns. He's younger than both of the other guys, but he's done a great job with the Brewers. Making that deal for Yelich, signing Lorenzo Cain. Remember, that was a big deal. The Brewers and the Mets trying to sign Lorenzo Cain, and the Brewers got him. He made a lot of nice moves. Eduardo Escobar, he made that move. this year. Hector, who do I want in the front office? You see, if you were here a little earlier, I would have told you that I did a video on it that I'm posting tomorrow. So you get my answer then. Because I found out a little bit of information that is very interesting. I put in that video. I just did my edits earlier today. So I'm going to post it between 1 and 2 o'clock tomorrow. So be ready. Can't give it away. Then you guys won't check out the video. All right, guys. So it's 2 outs, man on first, 1 out. Hill did strike out Harper. So, yay. I always like when Harper strikes out because he always complains. But there's no denying the fact that Harper's been good this year. So JT Realmuto is up with 2 outs with an 0-1 count. Hayden's back again. Yeah, like I said, Hill's a gamer. You know, he's got 52 pitches after the 26th first inning. He's pitched well. And again, Rich Hill is going to keep you in the ball game. He's a gamer. He'll give you 5, 1 to the Blue Moon, 6 innings, 2 or 3 runs. You got to score runs. That's simple. Come on, can we score 4 or 5 runs? How many games have we lost 2-3, 3-2, 2-1, 4-3? I mean, Jesus. Once again, guys, hit on that like button, guys. Don't forget, you're tuning in. Welcome, Talkin Mets with Rob. Phillies versus Mets. We're watching the game right now. We got game day on the screen right now. The lineup is scrolling down. Don't forget, guys, Super Chat is live. If you want to donate to the channel, please do. I really do appreciate it if you do. If you don't, no obligation. I won't hate you for it, I promise. But it does help the channel. It does help me do more things with the channel. So if you can donate, I really do appreciate it. Hector, should the Mets explore extending Alonso in the offseason? They might look into that, but I don't think it will be this year. I think it will be after next year. And the reason why I say that, because the Mets have a lot of money that have to go around this year. You know, Stroman, Syndergaard, Conforto, and whoever else they have to sign and trade. You know, it might bring in more money. So I think it's going to be after the 2022 season, because Alonso still got 3 years left. Well, 4 technically. So by 2022, we'll have 2 years left, which is around the time most teams with their superstars and face of the franchise, usually, and Rich Hill just struck out JT Realmuto. Freaking gamer, man. So we're going to the bottom of the third, 1-0 Phillies. So I think talks won't happen this year, but they will happen next year with Alonso, with extensions. You know, you got to remember, next year, Nimmo's going to be coming up soon on a arbitration eligible deal. So that's going to be very interesting. Oh, yeah. I think they're going to. I don't think there's any, Alonso's had a solid year this year. You know, he's probably going to hit close to 40 home runs, not going to 80 RBIs, 90 RBIs. That's fine. I want him. I mean, who else we're going to have? You're not, he's a power hitter who bats 260. He's not great defensively, but it is what it is. I like Alonso. He's a good guy. He annoys me sometimes. He goes into these streaks where he can't hit a slider to save his life. Can't hit that high fastball. He never lays off of it. And then he hits, he goes on a 2-week crazy hitting streak where he hits about 7-8 home runs. But I think the Mets will sign him and extend him, and I want to sign him. Quinn Rich Hill is a veteran. I thought he would give the Phils a nice shot. Like, he's a gamer. That's what he is, Quinn. He's going to give you 5-6 innings, 2 to 3 runs. You just got to score for him. Yeah, heck, he wins the home run derby, though. Yippee. Well, Karen, Saquon is a joke. He's not a running back that goes in between the tackles. He's an outside runner. And in this day and age in an NFL, you got to get those dirty yards, where you got to get those 2 or 3 yards going between the lines, going between the line. And he's just not that good. Sorry, he's just not that good. He's a guy who will have that one big 40-yard run and then have 11 carries for 16 yards. He's just not the guy. You don't pick that a running back second overall. And you can get a running back in the fourth round who is just as good as Saquon Barkley. Oh, yeah, he's definitely gone, especially 0-2 already. And I think the Falcons are going to destroy the Giants. Even though I picked the Giants in my NFL picks, I think the Atlanta Falcons are going to surprise a lot of people. But don't forget, guys, if you're a football fan, me and Hector started the NFL Picks channel. So just got to put Robin Hector's NFL Picks and subscribe to that channel if you haven't already, guys. We do our picks. Oh, Rich Hill might have got a base hit, and he did. Hit off the pitcher. Rich Hill with a base hit. So once again, please subscribe to that channel too, guys. Every Thursday we post out. I'm sorry. Every Thursday afternoon we post our picks for the week, and we go live usually on a Sunday night game or a Monday night game. Really depends. So subscribe to the channel, guys. It was a lot of fun during our live. Hayden was there as well. Hayden, not sure if I asked this or not, but do you think Conforto and Boris will decline the qualifying offer? They'd be stupid to do that. But if the Mets can work something out with a 2-year, $18 million deal, I don't think Conforto is going to take $9 million a year. So, even though look, it wouldn't be smart for Conforto. I think Conforto is going to take that qualifying offer. If the Mets offer it to him, he's going to take $19 million. It just makes sense. Stroman did it, and look what it's going to get him. It's going to get him a contract over $100 million. So I think Conforto is going to take the qualifying offer and go from there. It's smart baseball, business decision. Thank you, Productions. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Nah, he's not going to get the deal he wants. Nobody's going to give him a 5-year deal. You could be insane to do that. Unless somebody really believes in Conforto and is just going to blow everybody out of the water and give him a 5-year deal, which I doubt. Because, who would you take right now? You got 3 outfielders on the market. You got Conforto, Bryant, and Castellanos. Who would you give the 5-year deal to? The other 2 guys other than Conforto, right? So he's going to accept the qualifying offer. And, it's not chump change. It's close to $20 million. So he'll take that. You get $20 million for 1 year, and you have a chance to prove yourself. And if you have a good year, you'll get your big contract at 29 years old. So, yeah, the shift hurt Conforto for sure. But you know what? They also shift him a lot in 2020, and he had a great year. So, who knows? So, we got a guy on first, Richo, by the way. And Nimmo's up with a 2-2 count. So, we'll see if the Mexicans start something in the third inning here. That would be nice. All right, ball 3, full count. Yeah, I hate the shift too, but you know what? It just shows you how hitters can't adjust. They can't hit the ball the other way. Like, how many? Oh man, I would love. You want to put the shift on me? I'll hit it down the third baseline every time. And these players don't do that. And that's the problem. They don't adjust. They swing one way and that's it. And Nimmo hits a shot to center field just at the tip of the warning track, 1 out. Damn it. Yeah, I don't like the shift either. I think something's going to happen with the rules. I think you can't have more than 2 people on one side of the base. I think it's that simple. I think it's going to be something similar to that. That you can shift all the way up to a certain, like with second base. The shortstop can play only up to second base, but can't go past second base. how you see three men on the infield on the right side or the left side. I think they're gonna ban that. I think it's gonna be you have to keep two guys on each side of second base, but you can move them anywhere you want. That's what I think is gonna happen. Oh, that was a strike to Lindor? I don't know about that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's stupid. The second baseman playing right, basically right field, and it's stupid. All right, so we got one out, guys. Francisco Lindor is up with Rich Hill at first base. Guys, can we score freaking runs? Oh my lord! Lindor's going back to his old ways again. No, I mean that was the first pitch was a close pitch, but it looked like a ball. So Lindor got an 0-2 count. So see if he can stay alive in this at bat. Lindor takes a curveball for a ball. All right, 1-2. So they just say the stat. Since the beginning of August, the Mets are batting 205 with runners in scoring position, or with runners on base. The worst in baseball. That's how you lose first place, right there. Oh yeah, you productions for sure. Baez is the better shortstop, but again, Baez looks up to Lindor. So if Baez sticks around, he's going to be play second base. So it's a 2-2 count to Lindor. Come on, Frankie. See if Frankie can get something done here. And he foul tips it, I guess. Hold on. So did they call it a strike? It looked like he tipped it or he swung and missed. And it went to the backstop and Richo got the second base. Lindor didn't run, by the way. So he didn't hit it. He didn't foul tip it. He should have ran the first base. He would have been on first. So again, Lindor with the no fundamentals in baseball should have ran the first base, and it would have been 1 out with first and second. Now it's 2 outs with Rich Hill on second base. So this is the problem with Lindor. He's done this before. He swung and missed. The ball went to the backstop. He should have ran the first base. Would have been at first base. And now Pete Alonso's up with 2 outs. Hector, no, they're not going to trade him. Nobody's going to take that contract. He's still going to have 3 years, $30 million. Nobody's going to take that contract. And I said it from day one when the Mets signed McCann. The Mets gave him 4 years, $40 million to a backup catcher who had one solid season, who started the majority of games because I forgot who the catcher was, but I think it was Yasmani Grandal was hurt, and he started most of the games. And yet, just because of that season, Oldest gave him a 4-year, $40 million deal. He hasn't been great defensively, and he sucks offensively. But yet, they gave him 4 years, $40 million when we had a chance to get Real Muto, who's been much better. He hasn't been great, but he's been much better. I agree, 100%. All right, come on, Pete. 1-0 count. At least get a base hit here. Come on, Pete. Pete might needs to hit a double to get Rich Hill home. That's for sure. Ball two. Yeah, we almost had Grandal. That was right before we signed Ramos. I thought we had a Grandal. Remember, we almost had him for that 2-year deal, but then he took that 4-year deal. That sucked because I wanted Grandal. Yep, exactly. The fourth year was the problem. Alonso hits it in the. Oh man, nice play. Well, out of the inning, going to the top of the fourth. No runs. Jesus. Once again, guys, please hit on that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit on that subscribe button, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. Talking Mets with Rob here. Phillies versus Mets. Game 150 of the season. 13 games to go, counting today. 12 games after today, guys. The Mets are mathematically involved, still alive. They're 6 games out of the division. The Braves won. They beat the Giants. The Mets win. They'll be 5.5. And with 12 games to go, 5.5 out, doesn't look really good. But mathematically, there's still a chance, I guess. But, it's a long shot. But you never know. Mets might surprise us and win 5 in a row. You never know. But we doubt it. So don't forget, guys, Super Chat is live, guys. If you want to donate to my channel, please do. You're welcome to. I really do appreciate it. It does help the channel have more things, get new stuff done. More things can happen to this channel with those donations. I really do appreciate it, guys. So don't forget to hit on that like button and hit on that subscribe button, everybody. We're going to the top of the fourth. Phillies lead 1-0. Lord, I don't know, guys. It sucks because like the years that the Mets aren't good. Like they were never in first place. They were hovering around second place, maybe third place, hovering around 500. But what hurts more this year, and you guys probably can agree, we were in first place for 93 days from May until August. 93 days we were in first place. The Braves weren't good at the time. The Phillies were terrible. The Nationals were falling apart. The Marlins weren't that good. The big turnaround was the fact that the Mets never buried the Braves and kept them right in the mix 5 games by the deadline. And it gave hope to the Braves to make deals like Eddie Rosario, Adam Duvall, guys like that changed that team around. After they lost Acuna. And with this team, all they could have buried the Braves. If you would have, I still think this, and I believe this. If the Mets were playing well and got the Braves and buried them a little bit, 6 or 7 games out, I don't think the Braves would have went out and made those trades, which would have made them a worse team, which would have probably kept the Mets still in first place. But no, the Mets decided to keep them around, let them feel like they can still win this division, and they went out and made deals, and it changed everything. The Mets didn't do enough during the deadline. They didn't give no confidence to this team, no help, and that's what happened. The Mets fell apart. The Braves took off, and this is where we are. 6 games out of first place with 12 to go. All right, Hector. I appreciate it, buddy. It is tough. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, Hector, exactly what it is. Nobody stepped up to be a leader on this team when they needed it. Except, Alonso saying, "Oh, we got this. Don't worry. Stick with us." We do stick with you, but you don't got this. Stop lying. Yeah, heck, the Braves are not even playing. The Braves were helping us to stay involved in this division. And I'm telling you, the Mets had the prime opportunity in the last week of the season. If they would have took care of business with the Cardinals and the Phillies, there would have been a chance for the wild card and a chance for the division. So we had two options, and that would have been great for the last week of the season. So 1 out, McCutchen flat out to McNeil. 1 out in the top of the fourth, guys. Phillies lead 1-0. So again, it's just so many little things. Like the Braves kept the Phillies involved and the Mets involved, and nothing. The Mets couldn't even take advantage of it. Even the wild card. 2 weeks ago, the Mets had no chance at the wild card. They were 6-7 games back. They were closer to the division. And then they slowly creeped up. They won a couple of games in a row. They were within 4 games, 3.5 games of the second wild card, and 4.5 games in the division. Here we go. Now we have the opportunity. We lost to the Cardinals. We lost to the Phillies. And killed us. Freaking killed us. It's ridiculous, guys. It's really ridiculous. Heck, I don't believe that. Nah, I think the Mets didn't want to do what they wanted to do because they even said it themselves. They weren't sure about the Grom's injury, so they didn't want to make big trades. Who does that? The Braves could have said the same thing, right? Well, our best player is out on injury. Why would we even try? But the Braves tried, right? They made moves. It wasn't even big moves. It was moves that was needed by their team. They needed outfield help. They got Rosario and they got Duvall. They're not the greatest players in the world, but they're solid major league players that play the outfield. And they needed outfield help. They got strengths to fix their weaknesses. The Mets didn't fix their weaknesses. They got another shortstop in Baez. When the Mets had the opportunity to get Baez and Bryant for basically the same package they sent to the Cubs for Baez with an extra prospect. It would have been a lower level prospect with Pete Crow Armstrong to get Bryant and Baez. But they didn't. Sandy said it. They didn't want to do that because they were not sure about the situation and the injury with DeGrom. That makes no sense. That makes no sense at all. If that's the case, then you should have got Berrios then. If you were so worried about DeGrom, maybe you should have got McNeil and Mauricio for Berrios then. No, they did not do enough to fix their weaknesses with strengths, and they had the opportunity to do that, and they didn't. They failed this team. They showed no confidence in this team. You don't think the team noticed that? And everybody knew why they got Baez. They got Baez because the fans put pressure on Sandy Alderson, and Cohen put Sandy Alderson under the fire to make a big splash. And the only big splash that was left, if everybody didn't forget, Bryant was off the table. He just went to the Giants. Nobody else was available. Any big offensive guy that was available was already moved, or the team decided not to trade him. Baez was the only option left for the Mets. And that was the only reason why. The same thing with Cespedes. It's just that Sandy got lucky with Cespedes. We go over this over and over again. Sandy did not want Yoenis Cespedes. He wanted Justin Upton or Jay Bruce. That was his 1 and 2 option. It's that simple. Sandy Alderson got lucky. If Sandy Alderson would have got Justin Upton from the San Diego Padres in 2015, do you think Justin Upton would have been the spark plug like Yoenis Cespedes was? Maybe, but I doubt it. The same thing with Jay Bruce. Jay Bruce was never going to be that type of guy. We seen it when we got him the next year. He wasn't that good for us. Sandy Alderson, Cespedes fell in Sandy Alderson's lap. He just had to press the button to say yes. That was it. That was it. That simple. That freaking simple. And then everybody made a big deal like Sandy's the genius of this trade in the offseason. You know what Sandy did well? He got Kelly Johnson. He got Juan Uribe. He got Addison Reed. That was big moves because it showed what the Mets needed. The Mets needed bench help. You couldn't have Eric Campbell on the bench, right? Michael Kadire was on the bench, right? What did they do? They got Juan Uribe and Kelly Johnson to solidify that bench. Solid players that were good bench players who can start every now and then and come up for a big pinch hit attempt, right? Addison Reed, we needed bullpen out. We needed that extra arm. We got it. Besides Familia, who was our closer at the time. Addison Reed was a great pickup. We needed the bullpen help. They got it. They did not want Cespedes. They wanted Justin Upton or Jay Bruce. And a long fly ball. Looks like Dom Smith is good. Jeff McNeil's there. 2 outs. 2 outs with a man out first. So far, so good. Yeah, Mayberry. Mayberry was batting cleanup in 2015. So it's just the same thing over and over again. When people were so happy that Cohen brought back Sandy Alderson to run this ball club, the genius of Sandy Alderson, what he did in 2015, what he did in 2016 to bring Jay Bruce here to make that run, to make the playoffs, to make the wild card, to face the Giants. What did Sandy Alderson do? He made a mess of things. He was brought in by the Wilpons after that whole Madoff scandal to fix the books. Then when the Mets were this close to Washington 3 games before the trade deadline, they got Cespedes at the last minute of the trade deadline because Sandy Alderson couldn't make up his mind, which he never does. He cannot make up his mind. It seems like somebody has to push him over the edge to press the yes button to make a move. He never makes a solid. He got Rich Hill and Trevor Williams as the pitchers that we needed with all the injuries that we had. Even though Rich Hill's been decent, but it's just the same freaking problem. And we all know why Steve Cohen hired Sandy Alderson, because I believe the owners weren't going to vote him in as owner unless he had somebody who was experienced, who was trustworthy, who people trust. And the owners trust Sandy Alderson. And that was why they voted for him to come in because of Sandy Alderson. All right, Hirschel looked good, going through 4 innings, giving up 1 run. QT, hey, your Phillies have been playing well, but they can't hit Rich Hill for some reason. Yeah, it's like, yeah, look, he made good deals. He's very good when it comes to trades, but people gave him too much credit. Of course you're going to give him credit for pushing the button on Cespedes because he could easily just not made that move. But they gave him too much credit and they put him on this pedestal. A lot of Met fans did. Oh, he's a genius. He's a genius. He's not. He's very good at putting together a team that doesn't have money. That's why the Wilpons got him. That's why baseball put him in the place. And that's why the owners wanted Steve Cohen to hire Sandy Alderson to get the votes to become the owner. Because they know Sandy Alderson is not going to spend money like a drunken sailor. And we've seen he didn't. He didn't get none of the top free agents on the market this offseason. And I never expect Alderson to do it going forward. I'm just not surprised. He got pressured by Steve Cohen to make that deal for Javi Baez. That's why Javi Baez is here. Not because Sandy Alderson had this epiphany about Javi Baez and Lindor at second short. No. Definitely Phil Jackson. I mean, at least Sandy Alderson made moves, even though he was forced to make moves. Yeah, Bryce Harper might win the MVP, Nicholas. He might. I mean, who can I really think can win the NL MVP? Hey, friend, what's up? Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, I mean, I would think it would have been Fernando Tatis Jr., but he's fell apart. His team's fallen apart. So I think that was the only chance Bryce Harper had to go against. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think if the Philly make the playoffs, it's basically a done deal. Harper's going to be MVP. If the Phillies don't make the playoffs and they fall apart, I think he might still win it. But Tatis is going to get a lot of votes too. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, please hit on that like button. Talking Mets with Rob here, watching the Mets and Phillies live. We got game day here, right here for you, so you can check out the game. If you're not watching it on TV, you can watch it here. Stick around with us, and we can talk Mets. We're talking to Phillies fans. We're having a good conversation about everything, basically. Uh, Scherzer, if his ERA goes into the ones, Scherzer's been freaking excellent, man. I wish the Nationals would have dealt him to the Mets. I love Scherzer. And you know what? The Mets can sign him to a 1-year deal next year. I do it in a heartbeat. Scherzer can actually win the Cy Young. There's no doubt about that. He might get some votes taken away from with Bueller too, who's been excellent for the Dodgers as well. Tatis, yeah, absolutely. Tatis can still win the MVP. If the Padres continue to collapse, he might lose votes though. But Bryce Harper is basically carrying the Phillies to a playoff spot, basically. Michael Conforto was up in the bottom of the fourth, guys. The Phillies do still lead 1-0. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Hector, I did see it with Tatis and Manny. You know what? Manny Machado is correct. When he was like, it's not effing about you. He's right. I mean, even though I think Manny Machado is a selfish guy too, but he's right. You see, Tatis was mad that he didn't do well, so he took it on himself, but his team was still in the game. And he was moping around, and Conforto did not get a hit. 1 out. So it's just that simple. And Tatis is a guy, he's a showman. He is. He's a great player, but he's a showman. And I think he's a typical selfish player who, when he's not doing well, he brings down the rest of the team. And I think Manny Machado called him out on it. And Tatis didn't like it. That's why they got into the argument. And Manny Machado was right. Hey, stop sulking. You're not playing well. Pick up the rest of your team. One thing about Lindor, when he was struggling, he was on the top step, and it looked like Javi Baez got a base hit for 1 out. All right. So, one thing about Lindor was always as soon as he got out, he would run, put his helmet back, go right up to the top step, and cheer on the next batter. That's one thing I have to say about Lindor. He always was there up front cheering on his team when he was playing like crap. So I appreciate that. It shows that, he supports his teammates, which is good. Fernando Tatis does not do that. If he's not playing well, he's sitting on the seat sulking. Yeah, I know. Keith, he was doing that cocaine and being a troublemaker. That was for sure. That was a great. Once Upon a Time in Queens was a great documentary. If you haven't seen it, guys, please watch it. It was really good. I watched it yesterday, and it looks like a double play ball. Yep. Katie Davis to into a double play, a 1-4-3 double play. Gibson bounced the ball, but Gene Segura made a nice play to pick it and keep the double play in order. So Mets did not score a run. We're going to the top of the fifth, guys. The Phillies lead 1-0. Lord. Freaking teams are going to drive me to drink. Hayden, guess not. Yeah, that's why Manny got pissed. Look, nobody say you can't be mad about your performance. But you know what? Your team is still up there. You know what? If you make the first out of the inning and the second out of the inning, your team is still up there. That batter is still up there. Cheer on your team. Sulk on at shortstop. Be a baby at shortstop. But you know what? Be there for your team. He was not there for his team. And I give a lot of credit to Manny Machado because Manny Machado to me was the type of guy who was a selfish guy, but it showed me there that he's a team guy, and Tatis is not. And Tatis better get his act together because the Padres are falling apart. And Tatis is there, and Manny Machado is there for a long, long time, guys. So they better get it together. Yeah, QT, that's a good point. The Phillies own the Mets and own the Brewers, which is interesting though because if the Phillies win the division, they're facing the Brewers in the first round, so that'll be a very interesting series. Once again, guys, since you're at commercial, don't forget, guys, please hit on that like button. The more likes we get in the stream, the more people will be tuning in. The more this video will go at the top of the list. If you're new to the channel, I really do appreciate it. Talking Mets Rob, please hit on that subscribe button, guys. Support the channel if you can. Super Chat is live. If you can give a donation to the channel, I really do appreciate it. Really love having this chat with you guys. We're not having just Mets talk. We're talking about the Phillies, talking about the Padres, and that situation with Machado and Tatis. Having a lot of fun, guys. Unfortunately, the Mets are not winning, but a few Philly fans that are in the chat, they're enjoying it right now. But thank you guys for tuning in. If you can subscribe to the channel, I really do appreciate it, guys. Super Chat is live. If you want to give a donation to the channel, I really do appreciate it, guys. Let's go Mets. Let's see if the Mets can come back. Philly fans, I know you don't want to hear that, but I love my team. But we're going to the top of the fifth. Phillies leave 1-0. All good, buddy. All good. Yeah. And the Mets actually took care of the Brewers when they faced them, at home. Thank you, Karen. So it's 9-1-2 against Rich Hill. Rich Hill is still on the mound. He has 76 pitches, so if he gets out of this inning, he might go to the sixth inning. Why not? Or if it's Rojas, he might take him out. No, QT, not yet. Not yet. He's still considered injured. He's rehabbing. He's doing and Kyle Gibson, foul ball. So yeah, DeGrom. The last time I heard he started to throw, whatever that means. But you know what? I wouldn't even worry about it. The Mets ain't going anywhere. I'd rather just let him rest and bring him back in spring training. I love Tatis' swagger of Karen. But again, he's a baby. He's a punk. Exactly what you said. He's a punk. He's a great player, but he's got to realize that, you're not the only one on this team. You got to be a team player. Wow, really? They kicked you off the team for that? Well, look, that's a personal decision, in my opinion. When it comes to vaccinations or just in general, I got vaccinated, but that's my opinion. That's just my opinion. That's just my own thing. I wanted to do it, and it's fine. Kyle Gibson strikes out, so there's one out. So, like I said, I'm for vaccinations, but if somebody doesn't want to get vaccinated, I'm never gonna force somebody to get it. Look, at the end of the day, you're not hurting me. I'm vaccinated. You might be a carrier. I might be a carrier to give it to somebody else who's not vaccinated, who has an underlying condition, who can get sick and die. That's the way I see it. But look, I'm not the type to tell someone to do something to their own bodies. So, yeah, do some baseball activities with DeGrom. That's what I think they're gonna do. Make sure he's not injured or wherever the hell he is. But I think DeGrom could have pitched, in my opinion. If they knew there was no structural damage and it's just a sprain of the elbow or inflammation, you have to go out there. It's going to be a tough play for Davis. Nope. Galvis is on first base for one out. Yeah, it's funny, QT. It seems like the NL East has that problem. They can beat good teams, but they can't beat the bad teams. It's all the teams. The Braves, the same thing. Everybody. You know, nobody can beat the Marlins in this division. Nobody. The Marlins kick everybody's ass in the East. You know what? I wouldn't even bother with DeGrom. I don't even want to see him this year. What's the point? Because the Mets luck, they'll throw him out there. He'll pitch fine, and something will happen. And I'd rather just keep him on the bench. More therapy, more rehabbing. Make him throw a little bit of rehab. Start, like batting practice, something like that. Get his arm moving a little bit, and let him rest until February. I would not mess with him because the last thing the Mets need is DeGrom to be out next year, and then we're really screwed. Gene Segura hits one down the line, and it's a double. Ground rule double, so it's second and third, but one out. I'm surprised Conforto couldn't get to that, but I mean, damn. It wasn't hit hard. Shit. It was hit pretty hard. I don't think Conforto would have got to that ball. Gene Segura, man, he's been a Met killer for us. Yeah, we hit him. You just said it. Yeah, QT. The Mets. Yeah, all three of the teams. They've been so up and down. It's been crazy. See, here's a moment. Rich Hill, you know, gave up a couple of hits here. All right, fine. Get somebody up in the bullpen just in case. Like he got 83 pitches in the fifth inning. I would keep Rich Hill in. He's a gamer. Possibly can get out of it. Second and third, one out. Bryce Harper's up. Would you bring Lupin in the fifth inning? Too early. So, Rich Hill struck him out the last at bat. So let's see what happens. Yeah, probably Nicholas. That's for sure. Oh, this is interesting at bat, guys. Let's see what Rich Hill does against Harper. Harper swings and misses at a slider. Yeah, I mean, look at all the one-run games we lost over the last 2.5 weeks. We lost 15 out of the last 17 one-run games. That's terrible. You're never gonna make the playoffs like that. Even if you go 500 in that, we have 4 or 5 more wins. It's crazy. Harper's a great year. 314, 33 home runs, 79 RBIs. His RBIs are not high, but that's not really his fault. It's not. He hit a lot of home runs with not a lot of men on base. He had a lot of solo home runs this year, but he's been good. That's a solid year. Come on, Rich. Uh-oh. That's not good. All right, so a run's going to score on a sac fly. Nimmo caught it. 2 down. Runner goes to third. 2-0 Phillies. So productive out for Harper. You know, not too long ago, like last year or year before when Harper was with the Nationals, he would strike out in this spot. All he needed to do was hit a sac fly, and he did it. He hit it off the end of the bat. So, and he almost, if he would have got better wood on it, he would have hit that ball out of the ballpark. That was a hanger, but he hit it 400 feet, just not close enough, not far enough. Yeah, they give us all pain. All right, so Rich Hill, like I said, 5 innings, 2 runs. You can't expect more. Oh wow, Jury's Familia is coming in. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh Lord. That's not good. Yeah, I know. A lot of the National League guys were hurt. It was crazy. Yeah, Familia is going to be interesting with a guy on third with 2 outs. Oh Lord, guys. Oh Lord. So once again, guys, we're at commercial right now. Rich Hill just got pulled out of the game. Jury's Familia is coming in the top of the fifth. The Mets just took a 2-0 lead with a sac fly by Bryce Harper. So it's 2-0 Phillies in the top of the fifth with 2 outs. Jerry Mays coming in. Once again, guys, please hit on that like button. If you're new to the channel, don't be shy. Say what's up in the chat, guys. If you're new to the channel, hit on that subscribe button. Super Chat is live, guys. If you want to give a donation to the channel, I really do appreciate it if you do. No obligation, obviously, but just letting you know what's out there to donate to the channel. Really do appreciate it if you do. Mets are losing 2-0, guys. So it hasn't been the greatest of streams and fun streams because the Mets are terrible. But we do have some. These are the type of Philly fans I like. The ones who appreciate their team, love their team, but also are down to earth and realize certain things as well. You know, like I said, I even put a couple of hashtag Philly stuff with hashtags and everything like that because I want Philly fans to come in. I like fans of other teams that we're playing because it's a good conversation. You know, you don't have to disrespect people and treat people like crap in the chat because you're rooting on your team. No, you love your team, you root for your team. That's cool. You want to have a little bit of trash talk. That's fine. You know, but doing it respectfully, like QT did, and the other guys, I think it was Alex or a couple other guys did, Nicholas and all that. Those guys, I appreciate that. I appreciate the love that you have for your team, the passion you have for your team. But I like this. Oh, we were top 5, Hector? That's cool. That's cool. All right, guys. So, George Mays in, 2 outs, top of the fifth, guy on third. JT Realmuto is up. Strike one. So, see if Vermeer can get out of this with just 1 run. Come on, Jerry. Let's get out of this. Strike 2. Heavy sinker. 0-2. Yeah, if you don't mess with Alonso, Hayden loves you. Hey, as long as you're getting QT, anything can happen. I'd rather the Mets make the playoffs and lose 3 straight in the NLDS than not make the playoffs at all. At least you have a couple of games to get excited for in October. Strike. Wow. What pitching by Jerry's Familiar. 3 strikes. 3 pitches, 3 strikes. Realmuto strikes out. So the sac fly by Harper brings in another run for Philadelphia. 2-0 Phillies going into the bottom of the fifth. The Mets got McNeil, Nito, Unfamiliar, which will be a pinch hitter, obviously. So it's up there in the screen. Who's up next and on deck? Once again, guys, please hit on that like button. I'm going to be with you until the end of the game tonight. So if you guys stick around, I really do appreciate it. All the questions you want to give, throw it out there, guys. Anything, Mets, Phillies, whatever you want to talk about, we can talk about. It's a very slow, methodical, boring game right now. You know, it obviously means a little bit more to the Phillies than the Mets, even though the Mets are mathematically involved and still alive. But we'll see. Maybe the Mets will surprise us, right? Once again, guys, really do appreciate all you guys hanging in there throughout the stream. Mets, Phillies fans, baseball fans. Hit on that like button. Hit on that subscribe button, guys. We're waiting for the bottom of the fifth to start. Mets are losing 2-0. Unfortunately, the Mets are playing the worst baseball of their season over the last month and a half. And it's really basically broke down this Mets fan base. Even though we always have that positive mental attitude, PMA, I know all of you Met fans probably heard that before. We are trying to stay positive, but it's so hard. We were so positive in the offseason with Steve Cohen becoming the owner, thinking that the Mets are going to make big moves. They made one big trade, which was Lindor. Signings that were kind of iffy with James McCann. The best signing was basically Aaron Loop. And that's sad, actually, even though that's nice to see that having a reliever like that is dominant, and the Mets should bring him back next year, which I think is another big signing. You got to bring back Aaron Loop next year. I think you guys might agree. Yeah, for me, it look good. All right, Jeff, come on. Start it off, guys. Let's go. It'd be nice to see Jeff Pinion do something. 248, 6 home runs, 33 RBIs. I understand, Billy. I understand. Thanks for tuning in, Billy. I really appreciate it with your comment. Come on, Jeff. Jeff got a 2-0 count. I can't believe Jeff's batting 248. Yeah, QTI. Yeah, listen. When I knew Cohen was taking over the team, I thought there was no doubt the Mets were going to get JT Realmuto and George Springer. That's what I thought. I thought exactly what they were going to do. And the Mets let him go back to Philadelphia. It just made no sense to me. Didn't even make him an offer. Pissed me off. You got a hell of a catcher. Come on, Jeff. And Jeff hits one up the middle for a base hit. Here we go. Rally, rally, rally. Rally, rally, rally. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. The infamous Tomas Nido at the plate. You know what's sad? I think the Braves have 13 games left, and they might not even get to 85 wins and win the division. God damn it. And I told you guys, I did a video on this. The road to 86 wins. I thought 86 wins would get you into the playoffs, either the division or the wild card. And I'd be really pissed off if the Braves or the Phillies get to 85 wins and that wins the division. That would piss me off so much. Oh. Billy, I think we're going to resign him. I think he's been very disciplined at the plate. And if he's that type of selective type of hitter and being patient at the plate, and Nito hits a shot down the line, that's going to be a double for Nito. Look like it's going to be second and third with nobody out, guys. And we're getting a pinch hitter for Familia. Here we go. Yeah. Tomas Nido. I want him every day. I do not want McCann in this damn lineup. I can't stand James McCann. Tomas Nido all day. Let's go. Let's go. So I forgot what I was saying. Yes, so Baez. I think the consistency that he's been showing and the patience at the plate, if he can be that type of player, I want Baez signed with the Mets. New York Collection, what's up? Let's go. Thank you for tuning in, New York Collector. Really do appreciate it. Hit on that like button, guys. Hit on that subscribe button. Second and third, nobody out with the Mets. Pinch hitter Dom Smith. How nice would it be? Dominic Smith is so freaking due to hit a home run. I don't think he's hit one since July, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Mets. LFGM, baby. Let's go. Get up. Get up. Come on, Dom. I'll even take a base hit, score 2. Gotta get the rally cap on. You're right, Hayden. Hold on. You know, these hats now are not easy to turn around, you know? Gotta be prepared. There we go. There we go. We're ready. I'm calling it. Dom Bomb. Coca-Cola Corner. I'm calling it. Let's go, Dom. And swings at a nice cutter. Damn it. Once again, guys, Super Chat is live. You want to donate to the channel, please do. I really do appreciate it. Second and third, nobody out. Dominic Smith at the plate. Kyle Gibson in a little bit of a jam here. See if the Mets can do some damn damage. And Dominic Smith is due, baby. I'm calling the Dom Bomb. Come on. You know, even though I feel like the Mets are not in it, I feel like just one win can get them going. Oh, Billy, I really appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. Thank you so much. I couldn't have done it without you guys. That's for damn sure. Oh, yeah. Billy, this offseason and this coming season is going to be a lot of live streams in the offseason, a lot of videos. I tell you that right now. I appreciate it, Billy. I really do. This is exactly – it's going to be so much fun in the offseason, breaking down this team and see what the Mets going to do. And I hope all of you guys stick around and keep on supporting. Dominic Smith got a 1-1 count. Let's see what the Mets can do. Can they score runs with nobody out? Come on, Dom. Dom Bomb. It's a ground ball. Damn it. Foul. 1 and 2. Fernando, I'm going to send you a Phillies hat. Let's go. Dom Bomb. I'm telling you, I'm calling it, guys. Oh, Nick, that's Hayden. He's here. He's on the chat. Dom hits one down the line. Double. Yes, 2 runs, baby. Go. Yeah, Dom came through, baby. It's not a Dom Bomb, but it's a double. 2-run double. Mets tie the game, but yeah, let's go. It's the rally cat, baby. Ooh. Let's go, Mets, baby. Let's screw the Phillies, please. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. 2-run double by Dominic Smith. God, he needed that. If Dominic Smith can start hitting, we're going to be dangerous. I'm telling you right now. Here we go, baby. Oh, we got that chirp going again. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, Hayden with Alonso. You know why? Because he's in a slump, Hayden, unfortunately. Yes, calm down. Look, if Alonso hits a home run, he might jump out of his window and start chasing alligators in Florida. Once again, guys, 18 live viewers. Really do appreciate it, guys. Hit on that subscribe button. Mets just tied the game. Dominic Smith with a 2-run double. Nobody out. Top of the order. Brandon Nimmo up at the plate. Let's take the lead, baby. Let's take this game. Can this game turn the Mets season around and somehow make the playoffs? The poll is still up, guys. Mets make the playoffs, yes or no? Might be a little excited now. The Mets are getting some runs. You know, you don't see this every day. Got a little mojo going. And Kyle Gibson is struggling big time on the mound. I was surprised Girardi hasn't took him out yet, but that's good for the Mets. Bottom of the 5th, guys. Mets just tied the game on a 2-run double by Dominic Smith. Dominic Smith is on second base. Brandon Nimmo's up at the plate with a 1-0 count. And Hayden's boy is coming at the plate very soon, so you never know. Hayden might get his wish. Oh, I'm high. I'm real high. Come on, Brandon. And Brandon hits a grounder to first and got the out, but he moved the runner over. Clutch. Nice clutch, baby. Hector, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support. Thank you, guys. Let's go. One connection. There we go. I'm back. Sorry, guys. I hit my wire. Freaking hit my wire. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Fernando, nobody wants to see that except for your lady. But I'm going to keep you word. All right. Hector, I really do appreciate the support, buddy. So, so I'm going to make this loud and clear. And I'm going to, you see what this says, guys. Right? If the Mets make the playoffs, I will streak across the Citi Field outfield. Now, Fernando doesn't go to Citi Field anyway. So if he gets banned, it really doesn't matter, because he's a Philly fan. So, same way I had to put the bag over my head during fantasy, you have to at least streak across somewhere. You don't have to do Citi Field, but you can definitely streak somewhere. And I'll hold you to it. Because I kept my word, so you have to keep your word. And I made a deal with a couple of guys on the Seven-Line Army. If the Mets somehow make the playoffs, we're all dyeing our beards orange. So I'll definitely look like an Irish leprechaun. And Lindor is 0-2 right now. So all Lindor has to do is get a base hit. Sack fly. So that's my deal. So Hector, you'll be streaking if the Mets make the playoffs. And I will video it. And don't worry. I'll cover your pee-pee. Don't worry. I don't want no lawsuit. Yeah, Bill, it's tough. Ranting New York Rangers. Let's go. Let's go Rangers, baby. Even though the Islanders got a better team than us, I feel it. Let's go Mets. Ranton, please hit on that subscribe button and hit on that like button if you haven't already. Really do appreciate it. Mets just tied the game. Guy on third, 1 out. Francisco Lindor at the plate. Let's see if he can get him home. Get the Mets to lead. Let's go. Hayden, listen. I never handle the Mets in the playoffs well. I'm always at the edge of my seat. I probably be at a lot of the games, so I'd probably be really pissed off. Bill, yes, they did. The Devils definitely did have a good offseason. Come on, Frankie. Bring him in. Frankie takes ball 1. All right. I tell you. Right now, guys, the Mets make the playoffs. I'm live streaming every game. I don't care about work. I'll go in like a zombie. I'm live streaming. I know there's a lot of competition. Probably everybody trying to go live. Who has a Mets channel, but it'd be a lot of fun. I tell you that. Come on, Frankie. Bring him in. Frankie, ground ball, foul ball. All right. 1-2 count still, guys. So Frankie's making him work. Making him work. Once again, guys, please hit on that like button. If you're just tuning in, you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Only 12 games left in the season, guys. Not many opportunities to go live during a game left. So hopefully you keep on enjoying. I will be going live a couple more times before the season ends. And hopefully the Mets somehow win this game and somehow go on a couple of game winning streak that really make it interesting the rest of the season. Frankie's taking a 1-2 pitch, and he swings and misses. Run, you dumbass. What the hell is Francisco Lindor swinging at? The ball was a 55-footer. It bounced before the plate. And once again, he doesn't run. This is twice already in this game. I bench him. God damn it. You gotta run. See, this is my problem. If Francisco Lindor runs, you never know what can happen. Maybe Real Muto was scared to throw the ball because Dominic Smith's on third base. If he throws the ball, maybe Dom runs home. We had one out with a guy on third. All right, so we got Pete Alonso up, Hayden's man. Here he is. All right, Pete. Drive him in, baby. Big meat Pete. First pitch swinging, ground ball to third base, and out of the inning. So we do not take the lead. It's typical Mets. God damn it. All right, well, we tied the game. Damn it. Pisses me off at this thing. Yeah, Ranton, we have to salvage the series. It's the only way we have any hope. The Phillies won. We lose tonight. We're 6.5 games out of the division. Bill? No, I don't want Billy Bean. Honestly, I don't trust him with Sandy Alderson. I think Sandy Alderson would be in his ear way too much. I know some people talk about, Billy Bean wants to come back, make up for his mistake as a top prospect with the Mets who didn't pan out. But I don't trust Billy Bean with Sandy Alderson. It's a scary combination to me. Here comes the bullpen. I know. King, I know. I freaking know. I know. Let's see. Trevor May is coming in on the top of the 6 guys, so we'll see. We will see. May has been bad as of late. I get people on Twitter saying, "Oh, why did Rich Hill get taken out?" We'll see, guys. We will see. No, Bill. I know Sandy's going to be the president of the team, but I think Cohen is going to be. Cohen, after he hired Sandy, stood away in the distance for a while. He made Sandy hire his guys, and everyone Sandy hired is going to be gone from this team. Porter, obviously gone. Scott's going to be gone. So I think Cohen's going to be heavily involved in getting somebody in here to run player baseball operations. No matter if it's David Stearns, Theo Epstein, Billy Bean, I think Cohen's going to make the decision, not Sandy. So that's what I'm hoping that's going to happen. But I think Cohen's going to make the decision, in my opinion. David Stearns is good. David Stern is definitely good. All right, Trevor May is on the mound, guys. Top of the 6. Mets did tie the game. They had the opportunity with one on, guy on third with one out, and guy on second with nobody out, and did not get the lead in the bottom of the 5th. But at least they tied the game. Let's see if they can hold the Phillies to 2 runs and come back and bring the offense right back. Bill, I like that. I think somebody would take the job. It's a good job. Like you don't become a president of baseball ops or a GM in New York every day. It's one of the best jobs in the sport. Hector, getting the GM with any of these guys, Billy Bean, Theo Epstein, David Stearns, every one of these guys are going to be the president of baseball ops and the GM. They're going to probably hire in an assistant GM, but they're going to run the show. None of these guys are going to leave it to anybody else. Because you could see with their other teams. Dio, he was basically running the show with Chicago and Boston. Billy Bean is the GM and president of baseball ops in Oakland, or vice president. And David Stearns, player, he's the GM, basically the vice president of baseball operations. So any of these guys come in, they're going to be running the show. But they probably will bring in an assistant GM to help them out with certain things. But those guys are going to make the big decisions. Let's go, Hayden. I'll take that in a heartbeat. I'm not going to say I'm going to do everything right, but I'll make the smart decisions to, when you needed somebody, needed a player that was obvious, like Chris Bryant, you get him. And they didn't do that. And strikes out McCutchen, 1 down. All right, May. May look like he's got his sharp fastball tonight, guys. So that's looking good. 1 down, guys. 1 down. See, when it gets to this type of part of the game, the Mets starting to come back. I get a little heated, get a little warm, get a little nervous. All right, come on. Keeping the rally cap on, guys. Hector, for real. Situational hitting, bunting guys over, hitting against the shift. I'll show a clinic. Jeez. The way I used to hit, huh, they would never do a shift against me. But May looks like he does got his fastball. He's 2-0 on Verlander right now, and he threw a nice fastball on the outside corner, and he swung at it. So 2-1. Come on. So 1986, 4 pitches with 200 plus innings. Since 2010, the Mets had 4 pitches with 200 innings. That's crazy. Oh, Hector, I would always say they would never shift against me. They would know better. All right, it's a 3-1 count to Verlins. You can't walk him. You can't walk this guy. All right, strike 2. You got the bottom half of the order up. You got to get out of this inning with no runs. Oh, Hector, all the time. Third base was my best friend. I used to hit it right down the third base line almost and they always used to, oh, man. They always used to play a little bit, have the third baseman towards the shortstop area a little bit. They always did it. It was so funny. Go for the trash. Well, I think May's going to be here because we got a 2-year deal from him. So May's going to be here. Familia's gone. Hand's gone. I think McNeil's going to stick around. I think Dominic Smith's going to be gone. I think Stroman's going to get signed by the Mets. And you're not going to let McCann go. Nobody's going to take that 3-year contract. And May struck him out with a nice slider. 2 outs. McCann ain't going anywhere. Nobody's going to take that 3-year, $30 million contract left. And you're not going to get no value if you trade McCann. So it's not even worth it. You might as well keep him and pray he does well. You just got to get a good backup just in case. Nito's okay, but Nito's not the guy to be a backup for McCann. You need someone who can be a solid defensive catcher and who can occasionally hit one over the wall. Ronald Torreyes is up. May just do a nice curveball for a strike. So let's get out of this inning, guys. Hand worries me. I don't know what the hell happened to him. He was really good for Washington. He went to Toronto and just forgot how to pitch. I mean, it might just be a coincidence that he just played, he's just having a bad second half. But it would be scary I would give him a 1 year with a player option or a team option, maybe. But, somebody might get him. All right, 0-2 on Torres. Is he making a guy out of this inning? All right, ball 1. Yeah, see, they're talking it on the broadcast now. And Torres strikes out. May strikes out the side. Nice. So Buster Only was just talking about it, about what I was talking about earlier. If some of you guys were just tuning in, I talked about what the Mets should do about with DeGrom. I think they really need to get into his head to not throw as hard as he throws. I really think whatever arm issues he's having is because he's throwing constantly 100, 101, throwing sliders 94, 95 miles an hour. That is not healthy. It's not normal for an arm. The only pitchers who have that higher speed velocity of 100, 101 is relievers who pitch one inning for about 20 pitches. You don't see no pitcher throw 100, 101 consistently through 6, 7 innings and throw hard sliders like that throughout the game. It's dangerous. I think the Mets have to really get into DeGrom's head and say, listen, you can throw 97, 98 and still get batters out. You're great. You can throw a 91, 92 miles per hour slider and still be great and still get batters out and still be one of the best pitchers in the baseball. I think they really have to embed that into his head. I think that's a big deal. So we're going to the bottom of the sixth, guys. May pitched a great sixth inning. Let's see if the Mets can come right back with more runs and get ahead of these Phillies team and win this ball game and stay alive. We got Conforto, Baez, Conforto's leads off, and then Baez is on deck with Davis behind him. King, I think we're gonna give Syndergaard the qualifying offer. So Wade Miley's not a bad idea for a fourth or fifth starter. It's not a bad idea. That's a good call, Bill. Good call. Yeah, Marco, the Phillies farm system isn't great, just like the Mets farm system isn't great. The Mets have a little bit better of a farm system, but hey, you know, like I said, I don't worry about farm systems as long as my team is good in the major league level. You worry about farm systems when your team is bad. That's when you worry about it. It's all good, QT. It's all good. Oh, Bill, you know what? Listen, Bill, you've been on my channel for a while. Even from the offseason, I wasn't sure about Nimmo defensively, and I don't think he was good enough to be an everyday center fielder. He proved me wrong, and there's no reason why the Mets can't give him an extension. He's been very good, and I wouldn't be against it. All right, so Michael Conforto's coming up. Kyle Gibson is still in this game after the inning he had last inning. You see, it shows the difference between Rojas and Girardi right here. Girardi is trusting his big guy, trusting his starter. I can guarantee you if Rojas would have been in that spot and Gibson would have gave up the lead, he would have never came out in the sixth inning. It would have been a bullpen, guaranteed. Come on, Michael. Billy, would I resign Conforto? I wouldn't give him a contract. I would give him a qualifying offer and see if he takes it. If not, let him go. I think there's better guys out there that can play right field every day in Nick Castellanos or Chris Bryant and be better than Conforto, in my opinion. If he doesn't accept the qualifying offer, I would not give him a contract. So it's a 2-1 count to Conforto. Bill, I don't think he's going to reject it because I don't think there's a lot of teams that are going to be out there giving him 3, 4, 5-year contracts. And I think that's what he's looking for. But it's going to be hard to pass up 1 year, $19 million as a qualifying offer. And Conforto hits a ground to the second base, 1 down. Castellanos, I'm telling you, I'd be happy with Chris Bryant or Castellanos. Both, I would be on cloud 9. But Castellanos, either one, Chris Bryant or Castellanos, I'd be happy. Oh, QT, well, it happens. Unfortunately. All right, Javier Baez is up. Obviously, he got a base hit. So he's 1 for 2 right now. Come on, Javi. See if Javi can have that magic in his bat again. Yeah, you definitely have to give him a qualifying offer for sure, because you want that draft pick if he doesn't sign. Same thing with Syndergaard. Same thing with Stroman. The Mets have a lot of interesting decisions to make, and with the qualifying offer, which is very interesting. If you get the qualifying offer, at least you get in draft picks just in case these guys don't sign. We should do that. I got a ton of Mets hats, man. I got about 37 Mets hats. I think I counted them the other day when I showed them to you. Come on, Javi. 2-0 count. And he swings out a nasty slider and misses it. Hey, QT, like I said, you can be a fan of any team. You can be a trash talker. You can be all that. You can support your team, but you know when a team's better than you got to admit it. It's just that simple. you know. Come on, Javi. Javi Bio fouls one off while the fans are doing a wave. Yeah, I trust Walker and McGill. Honestly, like I said, both of these guys have not pitched this many innings in their career. So, Walker's coming back from injury, and he hasn't pitched this many innings in 3 years. McGill never has. So, they're going to be gassed. So, I expect better things from both of these guys. Kata, who will win? Hopefully the Mets. Kata, don't forget, please hit on that subscribe button, and please hit on that like button. Come on, Javi. 2-2 count them Baez with 1 out. And Baez fouls it off. Wasn't a good pitch. It would have been ball 3, but he's still alive. All right, here we go. Here we go. So they're showing the Mets fans doing the wave. I can't stand the wave, by the way. Close game like this, getting later in the innings. Watch the game. Come on, Javi. Javi sticking around, fouling pitches off. And he swings and misses on a slider outside. 2 down. You see what happens when you trust your starting pitcher? Unfortunately, the Mets don't do that, and Rojas doesn't do that. All right, so J.D. Davis is up. That was a nice pitch, though. It was on the outside corner, then whiffed right past the outside corner. Oof, nice pitch. All right, J.D. Davis is up with 2 outs. Kyle Gibson's still on the mound. J.D. Davis takes a check swing on a terrible slider. Little Steph. Getting the Philly fans coming out right now, I see. I think the Mets will pull it out for some reason. I don't know why. Wishful thinking. I think the Mets are going to win the game, though. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, thank you guys for tuning in. Please hit on that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit on that subscribe button, guys. I really do appreciate the support. Mets, Phillies, Talkin Mets and Rob. We're here live, watching it on game day. I'm watching it live. So right now, the Mets and Phillies are tied at 2 in the bottom of the 6th. The Mets got 2 outs with nobody on. Davis is at the plate right now. Let's see if he can do any damage. But it's looking like it's going to be a nail biter until the end of the game. Yeah, you could see the bullpen is tough for you guys. You try to make deals in the deadline, but the bullpen's still not that good. defense can be spotty, but I think you got a better defense than you might lead on, honestly. All right, JD 2-1 count. And he swings over the cutter. 2-2. JD Davis just looks lost, man. Freaking lost. Yeah, they're just talking about it. The Phillies got the top of the order up, so it's a little dangerous. Got 9-1-2, 1-2-3 up. Come on, JD. And he's Jesus Christ. Swings out a terrible ball in the third. Well, at least he ran the first, right? Unlike Lindor. Lord. All right, guys, we're going to the top of the seventh, still tied 2-2. So I'm going to go across the scoreboard right now. Everybody's done. Washington beat Colorado 3-0. Cleveland destroyed the Yankees 11-1. Toronto stays hot, beats the Twins 5-3. Boston stays alive 8-6 against Baltimore. Dodgers beat Cincinnati. Detroit beat Tampa Bay. Miami beats Pittsburgh. Houston 7-6 against Arizona. Seattle beats Kansas City 7-1. The Cubs beat Milwaukee 6-4. St. Louis just snuck out and beat the Padres 8-7. White Sox beat the Rangers 7-2. Obviously the Mets, and then Oakland beat the Angels 3-2. That is your scores around the league, guys. Obviously the Mets game is the only one going on. The Blue Jays are hot, man. They make the playoffs. They're going to be dangerous, man. Freaking dangerous. With that offense, whew. It's interesting, though. Only the AL East teams are basically the team. Like, 3 AL East teams are going to make the playoffs, most likely. And then the wild card game is going to be 2 AL East teams. And then whoever wins that game is got to place the AL East division winner, Tampa Bay, which is crazy. Talk about rivalries going on. I had Toronto making the playoffs. I put 100 when I was in Vegas in August. I put $100 down on Toronto making the playoffs. I did put $100 down on the Mets winning the division. Oops. And I also put $100 down on the Mets make the playoffs. Oops. But I did get I did bet the White Sox are going to win the division, so I got some money on that. So pretty good. I don't know, Bill. You know what's going to be funny? I think whoever wins the NL East is going to beat the Brewers in the first round. And the only reason why I say that is because I don't trust the Brewers. All right, guys. So obviously we're going to the top of the seventh. Seth Lugo is on the mound. Miller is at bat. So it's 8-9-1 for the Phillies. Brad Miller is pinch hitting. Batting for Andrew Knapp. Brad Miller hit a bomb the other night. So we got to be careful here. He's a power guy. See if Lugo can pitch a little better. He's been terrible lately. Strike 2. You know what I noticed about Lugo, guys? Seth Lugo hasn't been throwing as hard as he usually has in the years past. His fastball has been around 93, 94 over the last couple of weeks, which is a little scary to me. Maybe he has a dead arm, but he hasn't been throwing hard at all. That one was 94 again, but it's enough. Keep it letter high. You never know. Come on, Seth. And strike 3 on a nice curveball. 1 out. Mets fans, top 4 most hated teams. Yankees, Braves, Phillies, and I got to put the Marlins in there. I cannot stand the Marlins. So those are my four. No, Bill, I haven't. I haven't looked at the playoffs. It's probably. I'm not surprised because whatever they want to make a rule, they usually put it in the minors. Seems stupid. So Kyle Gibson is batting for himself, which is very odd. So what that shows you is that Girardi don't think the Mets are going to score any more runs because he's leaving Gibson in there in the 2-2 tie in the seventh. That's crazy. Strike two. Very interesting though. I'm very surprised Gibson is left in this game. Hmm. And strike three, two down. Yeah, King. I was gonna put the Cardinals in here, but the Marlins seemed like they broke my heart enough over the last 15 years. So, I know the Cardinals in '06, but that's the only time the Cardinals hurt us for the most part since I've been alive. I know I don't know how old you are, but in the '80s and stuff like that, it was tough going with the Cardinals. But in my lifetime, the '06 was the only time the Cardinals pissed me off. The Marlins '07, '08, 16, 15, they always seem like they kicked our ass. Um, they might make a major trade. I mean, it really depends. Like, are they looking for like pitching help? Are they looking for position player help? I mean, I would have to look at. I haven't really done any looking around like what trades could be possible, but I'm probably gonna look into that. And it's a ground ball. Ah, that was a tough play. Jarvis is on first. Yeah, Luis Castillo, but it really depends on what the Reds do, though, because if the Reds spend some more money and try to make the team better, they're not going to get rid of Luis Castillo. But it's not going to be cheap. It's going to cost us a decent amount. Guys, I will be right back. Somebody's ringing my doorbell, and I don't know why. Just I'll be back. I'll be right back, guys. All right. So give me like 5 minutes. See who's at the door. So I'll put the screen like that for the game day, so you guys can watch it. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back, guys. All right, sorry about that, guys. My neighbor was bothering me. Sorry about that, guys. So I see there's a pitching change. I see. So it looked like it was going to be a 1-2-3 inning, guys, and this is what happens. You can't make it up. Can't make it up. Oh, Lord. Oh, yeah. Hector, that is you. Okay. Yeah, I do follow you, don't I? Let's see. Do I follow you? Yeah, I'm not surprised they booed him. I don't know. We take out Lugo for what? Let him finish the damn inning. Mets coach. Oops. Mets coach. Wait, what was it? Let's see. At Hector. Oh boy. So Aaron Loop is coming in the game. Hey Christina, how you doing? You were at the game last night? I'm so sorry for you. I feel bad. All right, guys. So Bryce Harper, of course, nothing changes. It always seems like the big bats coming to the plate. All right, so Bryce Harper is coming in, 2 outs, 2 on, seventh inning. Aaron Loop coming to the mound to pitch against Bryce Harper. You did have your fireworks. At least you had a little bit of excitement. All right, guys. So big at bat here. Aaron Loop is in the game with his 1.03 ERA in 61 games, 52 and 2/3 inning. All right, Aaron. Here we go. Big part of the game, guys. This could be the game right here, guys. All right, guys. Cheer on our boys. Jonathan Vera just was put in at third base, by the way. All right. This is the game right here, guys. I can guarantee you that. They got to get him out here. Loop's 2-0 now. Come on, Aaron. QT, that would be interesting for sure. Come on, Aaron. Aaron might have to throw a strike here, so it's going to be a little dangerous. All right, strike one. And Bryce Harper is on fire right now, guys. So it's going to be a tough go around to get him out. I think if you get it out of this inning with no runs, I think the Mets going to win this ball game. Ball three. Can't walk him. Can't walk him with Real Muto on deck. Can't do it. Come on, Aaron. I hope so, Hector. Ah, Lord. Strike two, full count. All right, so the runners are going to be going. So any base hit here is going to score the run for sure. Let's go. Get the clap going. Let's go. Come on, Aaron. All right, he stepped off. Come on. Big spot. Big spot here. And he walks him. And the ball gets away, but luckily it bounced right back to him. That ball wasn't even close, guys. Damn. That was bad. What the hell was that? He was trying to throw a cutter on the outside corner, and that. Jesus Christ. Oh, Lord. This team's driving me nuts. All right, JT Realmuto in his career, bases loaded, 257, 4 grand slams. Well, you bring in Luke to face Harper, he walks him, and now he has to face JT Realmuto. God, Jesus. All right, well, as I said, this is the game right here, guys. Jeez, Aaron Luke is wild. I haven't seen him this wild in a while. Ground ball. Yes, got out of the inning. Woof. Oof. That was a little dangerous because Lindor was playing a little bit to the left of shortstop. So that wasn't an easy play. All right. Here we go. Bottom of the 8th. Here we go, boys. McNeil, Nito, VR. I think Nito's going to maybe they'll – I don't think they'll pinch it from Nito. I don't think so. Yeah, Lindor almost messed that up. Once again, guys, thank you guys for sticking around. It's 3+ hours so far. Mets Phillies tied at 2, going to the bottom of the 7th. Mets just got out of a bases loaded jam. Again, Aaron Luke figures it out again. Even though he walked Harper, he got JT Realmuto. So, Mets, McNeil, Nito, VR, going to the bottom of the 7th, guys. Once again, guys, please hit on that like button if you haven't already. You're new to the channel, say what's up in the chat, and don't forget to hit on that subscribe button, everybody. And once again, guys, Super Chat is live. If you want to donate to the channel, I really do appreciate it. Obviously, no obligation to do so. Just letting you know it's live. You can do it if you want. I really do appreciate it if you do. Bill and Hector did it today. I really do appreciate that. All that support. You know I love it. Larry, thank you for tuning in. Please hit on that like button. Larry, I think you're new. I haven't seen you around here before. Please hit on that subscribe button. I really do appreciate it. I do like your comments, so I'm going to put it up there. Next year, Mets keepers, Alonso, Lindor, Baez, Nimmo. The rest of everyday players gone. Familia gone. Brad Hunt. Well, cannot disagree. That's for sure. To your lips, to God's ears. That's for damn sure. But it all depends on who they bring in as the player, baseball ops, and GM. Who they like, who they don't like. But I would agree with you there. That's for sure, Larry. But I wouldn't mind. You know, I understand. I would agree. Like I said, Alonso, Lindor, Baez, Nimmo. That's 4 out of your 8 guys in the lineup. So you got to fill that spot for the other 4. Robert, I've been saying it for about 2 months now. We should have got him during the trade deadline. We should have got him during the offseason. And we should have got him offseason. And I don't know why they didn't do it. And they should have got him during the deadline. They had the opportunity to get him, and they did not. They blew it. And the Mets better get Chris Bryant in the offseason. You want to get Bryant and Castellanos? Let's go. Larry, Robert, I haven't seen you guys in the chat before. I really do appreciate you coming into the chat and hanging out with us during the stream, during the Mets-Phillies game. If you haven't already, please hit on that like button. If you're new to the channel, please hit on that subscribe button. Larry and Robert, if you haven't subscribed, please do. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, Robert, I agree with you. Chris Bryant is my number one choice. I tell you that right now. Yeah, you know, a lot. Hayden said that. Bill, you just said it. I don't know, and he's not going to be cheap either. So I don't know how that would work out. I mean, I guess Correa can play third base. I mean, it'd be very interesting with Baez, Lindor, and Correa. You know, that Puerto Rican connection on the left side. But I don't know. You got a whole bunch of shortstops playing the infield, and then you got Alonso at first. All right, so Gibson is still in the line, still in the game. Jeff McNeil is leading off. See if he can get something going here. McNeil at the grounder, foul. You know what? I would be shocked if the Mets get Correa. I think it's wishful thinking. I don't know if the Mets are going to go that route. No, they need a third baseman. They're probably going to need a right fielder. And I got a guy perfect for you guys. That's Chris Bryant. That strong right-handed bat, Chris Bryant. Like I said, I wouldn't be mad if they got Castellanos, but I want Chris Bryant. You want to see me? I would. When the Mets got Lindor, I was at the MLB shop in New York the next day getting my custom jersey. So if they get Chris Bryant, I'd be out there before the door opens to get my custom Chris Bryant jersey. That's how much I like Chris Bryant. QT, there you go. Full ball. I love full ball. Full ball's fun. Jeff McNeil hits one deep to right. Yeah! Flying squirrel, baby. Home run. Jeff McNeil. 3-2 Mets. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Two guys have been struggling all year. Dominic Smith and Jeff McNeil got the runs in this ball game. Wow, did that feel good? That was a hanging changeup, and Jeff McNeil did not miss it. That was a shot. Woo! Let's go, baby. Let's go. Now we got the lead. Now we got to keep it. Let's go. That was a shot. Jeff McNeil's first home run in a month and a half, everybody. Larry Realmuto is not a free agent. He signed the deal with the Phillies. And next manager, I want it to be Buck Showalter. Michael, how is that Jeff McNeil home run, baby? Whoop, whoop, whoop. That was a shot. Jeff McNeil needed that, man. Yeah, I know. I'm a little behind. I know. I know. Hayden is not satisfied until Alonso hits a home run. Once again, guys, you're just tuning in. Please hit on that like button. If you're new to the channel, please hit on that subscribe button, guys. Mets took the lead on Jeff McNeil's solo home run in the bottom of the seventh. Let's go, Mets, baby. Stick around until the end. Mets are going to win this ball game. And Nito strikes out. Abraham, where'd you hear that? I mean, if he said that, then I'm very happy about that. Larry, any other catchers? I think we're stuck with James McCann, unfortunately. unfortunately. But hell yeah. If Chris Bryant said that, I let's go. Sign that man. Jeff McNeil, let's go, man. That was so needed. Dominic Smith and Jeff McNeil. If these two guys get going, you never know, guys. Things can happen with this team in the next couple of games. You never know. You never know. All right, Jonathan VR's up. Well, one out. You see, it comes to the point where the Mets, the Mets, with Joe Girardi, keeping Gibson in and not pinch hitting for him, he's gonna get scrutinized for it. But he stuck with his guy. He didn't. It's not the right decision, obviously, because he gave up the lead where he could have scored runs. But he stuck with his guy. And you know what Girardi will say after the game? That's what he felt like he had to do, and he stuck by it. And that's what I like, even though it was wrong. Larry, the outfield, I think, will be Nimmo in center. I would say Jeff McNeil in left. Chris Bryant in right. That's my outfield. And then third base, you can play around with it. I don't know if you want to make a trade for like a Jose Ramirez or maybe Mark Vientos. He's been killing it. He just got promoted to AAA. Maybe you'll give Vientos a shot at third base. I don't think that's a bad idea. He's been raking in the minors. Oh, yeah. His at-bats, McCann's been terrible. Yeah, Christina. You like that home run by McNeil. I like that. McNeil crushed that, baby. He watched that ball. Now they're taking out Gibson. That's what I like to see, guys. All right. See if you can add on a little bit more runs because, in the eighth inning now, what are you going to do? Who are you going to pitch? There's not many people left. We use May, we use Loop, we use Familia. Would it be a Hembry? I don't think. Maybe a Brad Hand? Oh, God. So it's going to be interesting who we're going to put in the eighth. I think Davis and Smith are going to be gone. It really depends. See, that's why there's so many moving parts that can happen. But I think it really depends on who you bring in for baseball ops and who do they like and who they don't like, Because if you really think about it, you really have to see who they like. Because Dio Epstein might like Dominic Smith, and then Billy Beane might not like Dominic Smith, might like Jeff McNeil. So it really depends. But there's so many ways you can go about it. There's so many different alternatives. You can keep Conforto, make him take the qualifying offer, sign Chris Bryant, put him at third, get rid of Davis, keep the McNeil or Smith in left. There's so many different things you can do. That's why it's going to be very interesting. That's why you got to stick around. We're going to have some fun in these live streams in the off season and all the videos I'm going to make in the off season because it's going to be interesting for sure. Yeah, you're right, Bill. Yeah, Larry. I would rather Sandy Olson to be fired and get rid of him. But at the end of the day, if he's going to be the president of the team and stay out of the baseball aspect of it, I'd be okay. But that's why I don't want Billy Beane, because I think Billy Beane, as the baseball ops guy, I think it'd be a problem because Sandy would be in his ear. I'd rather Stearns or Epstein. And Hector, you're right. Vientos has been crazy good in the minors. You know what? If they tell me that they get Chris Bryant or Nick Castellanos to play right field, no matter who it is, one of the two, and you put Vientos and give him a chance at third base, I'd be happy. Because if you're going to give Jeff McNeil and JD Davis a chance to prove himself at third base, and JD Davis specifically, why can't you give Mark Vientos, who's been raking in the minors? Give him a chance. Or you know what? If you still have Davis around in this team, why not have a competition in spring training with Vientos and Davis, and whoever wins the spot, you give it to him? How about that? Competition is always a healthy way of figuring out things. Yeah, Bill, that'd be insane. They've had issues hiring people, man. It's crazy. We got perverts, freaking drunks. Yeah, Larry, it's not just about what cost. It's just if you need somebody, like the Mets clearly need an outfielder. Most likely it was a center fielder in the offseason. We weren't sure about Nimmo. You have to sign George Springer, or you know you didn't have a catcher. Sign JT. Sign the best people on the market. There's no need for you not to. That's my problem. I'm not saying to spend money on every free agent, but when there's a need, you get it. That's it. The Mets need a right fielder if they don't get San Conforto. They need a third baseman. There's a guy out there that everybody thought was bound to be a Met in Chris Bryant. If it wasn't the offseason, it was definitely going to be the trade deadline. If everybody remembers during the trade deadline, there was nobody. And Nimmo hits one down the left field line and one out. So when it comes like that, when it came to Chris Bryant and the trade deadline, there was nobody that was in on Chris Bryant. It was only the Mets. And then only late the night before the trade deadline, the Giants started to make calls about Chris Bryant. The whole time it was the Mets and Chris Bryant. The Mets and Chris Bryant. All the rumors that were going around. I did a video about it on Twitter, all over the place. The big problem was they just waited too long to make a move because they were undecided about whatever reason. If it was the DeGrom injury, it was the prospects, whatever. The Giants gave up nothing for Chris Bryant. They gave up a number 9 and a number 12 prospect. The Mets could have easily done that, and they didn't do that. And they could have also gave the Cubs a major league guy if it was Davis or McNeil or something like that. They had the opportunity. They did not do it. They waited too long. They got screwed. A team jumped in front of them, and then they got left with the bag with nothing in it. And that's the problem. The Mets needed a third baseman. He was there for the taking. And the Mets waited too long and let the Giants swoop in and get him. And the Giants are a much better team with Chris Bryant than without. It's that simple, guys. It's that simple. And it sucks. And Sandy Olsen decided to get another shortstop. Even though Baez has been good, Baez was not somebody who we needed. It's just that simple, guys. It's not rocket science. It's really not. They make it seem like it is, but it's not. Yeah, exactly, Bill. Somebody even texted him because I'm telling you, everybody thought that if the Mets didn't get Chris Bryant, because remember before the Lindor trade in the offseason, everybody thought the Mets were going to get Chris Bryant. Nobody even heard about Lindor. Now, there was a little bit of talks about maybe we can trade for Lindor, but there wasn't that much rumors about Lindor until the trade happened. And all the rumors before that was about Chris Bryant getting traded to the Mets in the offseason. And then when the Mets made the trade to Lindor, Bryant was on the back burner, and the Cubs thought, all right, maybe we can keep this team, see what happens. And what happens? Everybody during the offseason or during the season, coming up to the trade deadline, everybody's like, damn, we need a third baseman. JD Davis is not cutting it. Who's out there? Oh, look, the Mets, third base, Chris Bryant. And the Mets talked so much with the Cubs during the offseason. You would think they would have a deal close together and know what each one of them wanted and know what the Cubs wanted to come up with a deal for the trade deadline, and it just never got it done because Sandy Olson has no aggressiveness when it comes to trades, waits too long, and makes everything harder than it actually is. So, guys, it's the top of the eighth. It's 1 out. Loop is still in the game, by the way, and McCutchen just grounded out to first base and flipped the loop. 1 out. Mets the lead 3-2 in the top of the eighth, guys. Larry, that's a good point, and I said that before too. The Mets already had 2 shortstops. They had Jimenez and they had Rosario. Rosario, it's not like he wasn't Jason Bay. Rosario, he was a decent player. He was getting better. You know, we didn't need the shortstop at the time. We needed the third baseman. At the time, we needed the center fielder. We weren't sure when Nimmo was going to be. It was just so obvious, and I guess it wasn't obvious to the. And even funny when Sandy Olson had the conversation and had the interview during the offseason, I think it was with I forget, some radio host on WFN. He said you could see they talked about JD Davis, and they weren't completely sure about JD Davis. Like, well, JD Davis is our third baseman for now. That's what he said. Yeah, Rosario has been killing it in Cleveland. He's been pretty good. Look, he's been solid. And that's what you need at shortstop. And it's just tough, guys. It really is tough. It sucks. Sometimes I worry. I wonder about Sandy. I really do. Strike 3. Loop's on it, man. Loop's gonna have an under 1 ERA. It's amazing. Well, yeah, Cleveland really doesn't have a spot for him right now with Jimenez. Hector, exactly. We talked about this during our stream together. We talked about it. There's no chemistry. All right, Hayden. Have a good night, man. Yeah, man. Before the season, we'll definitely get it together. At least one more stream together. I'll hit you up on Twitter. Well, I can't kill this front office ownership for Wheeler because the Wilpons still the team at the time, and we know the Wilpons weren't going to spend money to bring back Wheeler, even though it was the right decision. And Torres and base hit. Once again, guys, the Mets took the lead in the bottom of the 7th. Jeff McNeil hit a solo home run to right field to give the Mets a 3-2 lead. It is the top of the 8th. Aaron Loop is on the mound. There's 2 outs. Torres just got a base hit. Guy on first with 2 outs. So let's see if Loop can get out of this. Brad Miller is up, by the way. Gotta be careful with Brad Miller. He's a home run threat. He's got good power. Gotta be careful. Once again, guys, hit on that like button if you're just tuning in. Hit on that subscribe button if you're new to the channel. Super Chat is live, guys. So if you want to donate to the channel, I really do appreciate it. No obligation, obviously. Just letting you know it's up there. Mets lead 3-2, top of the 8th. Let's see if Luke can get out of this inning with no damage. Brad Miller hits a shot to left field. Looks like McNeil got it. 3 outs. All right. Marco, we did get Luke from the Rays, yes. Well, we didn't trade for him, but we signed him. It's a good pickup. One of Sandy Olson's best moves, actually. But Sandy has a knack for relievers, that's for sure. We talked about Addison Reed in 2015. All right, we're going to the bottom of the 8, guys. 3-2 Mets. Yeah, Hector, I was kind of shocked at that too, but they gotta move along and help Diaz's fragile little mind. Christina, if we don't win this game, it's gonna. I'm gonna be pissed. Then we can say the season is over. Hands are closed, Bill. Oh, don't make a joke, Bill. Hey, Christina, 20% is not zero. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, Bill. He better not come in the ninth. This stream will get demonetized because I would curse my brains out. Yeah, that might be the reason. They might not throw him in. All right, so Lindor's up. Bottom of the eight, guys. See if the Mets can get some insurance runs. Yeah, Christina, I agree. If we lose this game, it's zero. Bill, I like that. Very true. Very true. All right, see if Frankie can do it. All right, strike. So very interesting. The Phillies got 9-1-2 up, and if anybody gets on, most likely Bryce Harper will come back at the plate again. So that's dangerous. Diaz is in the bullpen right now. They're showing him warming up, so he's coming in. We need another run. I don't feel safe. I really don't. I don't know. Do you guys feel comfortable with Diaz coming in with 1 run lead? Because I don't. Door hits a pop up. It might drop. Oops. Nope. He missed. McCutcheon missed the ball in foul territory. So still a 2-2 count. Right, come on. Got no chance there. It almost bounced in fair territory. It's pretty close. I don't know, Christina. He still scares me though. In safe situations, non-safe situations. I don't even want him in the bullpen. Yeah, he's been good, but he's always Bill. He is if he's not 100% on, he scares me. Like the first ball, you'll know if he's on. If the fastball's like 10 feet off home plate, then you worry. Lindor hits a pop up, foul territory, and 1 out. Well, that's his problem, Bill. He's one dimensional, and the problem is, it seems like when he does have his pitch or fastball or slider, he's lost. It's like he's just can't do anything. All right, Hayden's gone, but here's Pete. So they're showing a stat: 1 through 6, 2 for 19; 7 through 9 hitters, 5 for 9. All the 7 through 9 hitters got 3 RBIs. All right, so Pete Alonso's up. See if he can hit a bomb to give the Mets a 4-2 lead. He had his pitch. Come on, Pete. Alonso's a beast, but he's been struggling lately. Mm-hmm. 2-1 count to Pete. Yeah, Hector, that's been the problem. He's been swinging under everything. Oh, it'd be so nice if Pete hits a home run here. Mm. That's the ball he should have hit. And Pete takes it inside, 3-2 count, full count. I like to see Pete lay off that because he's usually been swinging at that lately. Ball 4. So Pete takes a nice walk. All right, I'll take that. All right, so let's see if Michael can afford to do some damage here. 1 out. Yeah, Hector, I agree with that. His eye's been pretty good. I got it, Christina. I got the rally cap right here. All right, Michael. Alonso hits one the first. It looks like a double play. Nope, didn't get him at first. So 2 outs. So Conforto almost into a double play. Hector, I didn't look yet. That's a crazy game right now. I knew that offense is going to be crazy. Yeah, it's only the third quarter, so hopefully if this game ends when it's supposed to end, you can watch the rest of the game. Yep, you're back, YouTube. All right, so Javi Baez is up with 2 outs, man on first. Marco Diaz is closing. Unfortunately. The way it's looking, it might be a one-run lead going into the ninth with Diaz on the mound. It's going to be fun. Yeah, Bill. He's gonna try. I guess you can give him credit for that. Yep, Christine, if he blows it, we are officially done. Oof. Bias swung one. He swung out of his shoes. Cue the trumpets. Yeah, that freaking song annoys me. Ugh. Bias was trying to hit this ball 500 feet. It was a pitch to hit, though. It was a hanger. He missed it. Yeah. It's like the loud trumpets are for him to warn everybody that he's gonna come in and pay attention and be careful, and then the minor keys is when he blows it. Oof, ball three. All right, Javi Baez is staying in there. Like I said, Javi Baez has been really, really, really good. With his plate discipline, really good. Thank you, QT. That's what I try to do. I try to keep you updated in the game, talk about the game, talk in the chat. What you guys talking about? That's what I try to do. And ball four. All right, so here we go. So we're gonna pinch it for Loop with I think Kevin Pillar. Kevin Pillar's coming up now. So first and second, 2 outs. See if Kevin Pillar can get it running. Hell yeah, buddy. 23 viewers. Thank you guys for tuning in. Please hit on that like button, everybody. Don't forget, hit on that subscribe button if you're new to the channel. Say what's up in the chat. Do not forget, hit on that subscribe button, everybody. Christina, I'm a Cowboys fan. Hey, Bill. Baez has been walking a lot more. He's been a lot more disciplined over the last 2 weeks. Warzone, who's gonna win? Mets, baby. Thank you, Christina. I really appreciate it. All right, so big at bat for Pilar here. See if we can get that extra insurance run that we probably need. Christina, Giants fan. Of course. You see how my Cowboys came back and beat the Chargers today, right? All right, tell that dog to hurry up. 0-2 Giants. Yeah, Daniel Dimes like Daniel Penny, man. Aw, poor baby. Come on, Kevin. Base it. Ballard down the line. Oh, we just missed it down the line. Shit. Ah, you're right, Bill. Can't say nothing about that. No, how did the guy feel? The Mets won in '86, and I was born in '87. Yeah, I'm ready for hockey season. You're the Islanders, man. They're loaded. If they don't win the Stanley Cup this year, they're never winning it. All right, come on, Kevin. Strike two. Oof. Come on, Kevin. It feels like it. And Pilar hold his swing 1-2. Love the Mets did not win in 2015. They lost to the Royals, unfortunately. They should have won. Pilar fouls it off and stays alive. Marco, I don't either. I agree. Not with Diaz coming in. It scares the hell out of me. Yep, Bill. Just it's not a Met game unless it's one run. 1-1 lead or 1 run behind. Just it is what it is. It's this year in a nutshell. All right, Kevin. One more run. Just give me one more run, please. All right. Pilar staying in there. And I got some Devil fans here. Devils are a nice up and coming young team for sure. But all right, 2-2 count to Pilar. See what he can do here. Ball three. All right. All right. So 3-2 count, 2 outs. So that means the runners on first and second are going to start running with the pitch. So a base hit here definitely is going to score one. A double in the gap definitely will score two. Once again, guys, 26 in the chat right now. Say what's up. Hit on that like button. Hit on that subscribe button, everybody. See if the Mets can get an insurance run for Diaz coming in the ninth. 3-2 pitch to Pilar. Pilar hits a pop-up. It's going down the line. It might drop. It might drop. Oh, what a catch by Harper. Damn. That was a nice catch by Harper. God damn it. That was a hell of a catch. All right. Well, 1-run lead and Diaz coming in. Cue the trumpets, ladies and gentlemen. The man they call Sugar is coming to the mound to save the game, save the season for our New York Mets. How do you feel? Because I tell you right now, my heart's pounding a little bit, guys. This is the season. Here we go. If that was Harper as a national, he would have dropped it. Once again, guys, it's a commercial. We're going to the ninth inning. Edwin Diaz coming to save the game for the Mets. Don't forget, guys, please hit on that like button. Hit on that subscribe button. If you're new to the channel, hit on that subscribe button, guys. A lot of good videos to come. A lot of good streams to come, guys. A lot to talk about over the next couple of weeks with the New York Mets. Playoffs or no playoffs. There's a lot to talk about in the front office. Player acquisitions, turnover with the players, seeing what the Mets are going to do. But right now, Diaz got the season in his hands right now. Mets win, they're still alive. Mets lose, season done. No playoffs. Pissed off Met fans once again. Another season down the drain. Before we get back to the game, before it comes back on, Super Chat is live, guys. If you want to donate to the channels, please do. I really do appreciate it. There's no obligation to do so. Just letting you guys know it's out there. It's live. Super Chat is live. Donate to the channel anytime you want. I really do appreciate it, guys. Let's go, Mets. Let's see if Diaz can come in and dominate and win this game for the Mets. We had two guys who's been struggling all year in Dominic Smith and Jeff McNeil, who put the 3 runs up on the board. Dom with the 2-run double, and Jeff McNeil with the go-ahead home run in the 7th. But Harper made a great play down the right field line. And as you can see right there on your screen, Herrera is going to be pinch hitting Galvis and Segura. So it's going to be 9-1-2. So it's not going to be easy, guys. Herrera is dangerous. He's a power guy. He's a hit and miss guy. He's going to hit a home run. He's going to strike out. Galvis, the speed guy, and Segura is a Met killer. So at the very least, let's have Segura up with nobody on. So here we go, guys. Sugar's on the mound. Bottom of the 9th. Met season on the line. And way outside from Diaz, you'll see it on your screen just now. That's not a good sign. Don't remember the spread, Hector. I'm sorry. And heck, it's a pop-up. Can you don't get it? Oh, he dropped the ball. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He dropped the ball. Thank God it wasn't fair. Can't make this up. Paxton, I wouldn't put money on it. I would not trust the Mets at all. You can't make this up. Oh, God, this is like Luis Castillo all over again against the Yankees. Oh, my God. I never understood Major League ball players that can't make a simple routine pop-up. Thousands of balls Nito caught. And he misses it. He drops it. Can't do anything but laugh. You really can't. All right, so it's a 1-2 count to Herrera. So at least the ball wasn't fair. I guess that's a good thing. All right, so it looks like a fastball inside. See if Diaz can get him. Pop up. Here we go. All right, looks like McNeil is under it. 1 out. All right. We didn't get hurt by that. That's good. Bill, you were at that game? Oh, I was at the 6-run game in 2019 with Kurt Suzuki hitting the grand slam to win the game. I was at that one. That was fun. Luckily, we won that game. Bill, this is what we think about. All right, so Galvis is up, 1 out, guys. Come on, Edward. Yep, Lindor did cross the home run. Oof. Galvis was on that pitch. Larry, I'm not surprised by Matt. He just had to get out of New York. He got great stuff. He just had to get his head out of New York. He was just all messed up in his head pitching in New York. The perfect spot was for him to go up north and get the hell out of all the attention. We'll see how he does in the playoffs if the Toronto makes it. All right, so Trevor Williams is up in the bullpen, which is very interesting. Oh, where was that pitch? Oh, that was a strike, guys. Oh, I called it a ball. Come on, everyone. 2-2. Nice slider. Christina, I do remember that Mets Reds. I was actually live during that game, actually. That was a fun one. That was when Pilar hit the home run, I believe, in extras. All right. 2-2 count to Gavas. Oh, that was close. That was a good pitch, but it was ball. That was a good pitch by Edwin. Can't complain about that one. But again, guys, you can't walk nobody. Segura's up next. Oh, he freaking hit him. All right. I want to say something, guys. Why, in your right mind, a 3-2 count, you can't walk this guy? Why in the F would you throw a slider on a 3-2 count when you got the fastball Diaz has? You can't walk anybody. Can't get runners on. Why didn't you just throw a fastball? If he hits a home run, it's only a tie game. Now you got the tying run and the go-ahead run at the plate with Gene Segura, who kills the Mets. And guess who's after that? Harper. Here we go, guys. This is not a good situation, guys. Uh, I still don't understand why he would not throw a strike, a fastball in that count. Oh, God. Yeah, Josh, I agree with you. I can't get over that pitch. Now he has to get freaking Segura out. All right, 0-2. They're showing Met fans' reactions right now. They look petrified. They don't look happy at all. They look scared. I don't blame them. All right, 0-2 pitch to Segura. Here we go. So he he throws two fastballs to Segura, and then now just throws a third fastball that was way upstairs. But they do a 3-2 slider to Freddie Galvis. It makes no sense. Gotta strike him out here. Then we gotta face Harper. God. Diaz almost throwing it away trying to pick off Galvis. This is ridiculous. Josh, I don't know. The Mets team don't make sense as it is. Four fastballs to Segura. Four. I don't get it. I don't freaking get it. Larry, I would not be surprised. Come on, Edwin. Oh, just outside. Hmm. Hayden is back. So he threw all fastballs to Segura so far. How much you want to bet he's going to throw a 3-2 slider? Oh, strike three, baby. What a pitch. Oof. 2 outs. All right. Here we go, guys. Bryce Harper with the game on the line. He threw all fastballs to Gene Segura. You know what? Gene Segura was looking for a slider in that pitch, too. All right, guys, here we go. Comes down to Bryce Harper and Diaz. And the outfielders are playing basically to the 1-in track. So no doubles defense right here. Come on, Edwin. Don't blow this game. You called it high fastball. All right. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Harper Diaz. Met season on the line, guys. 2 outs. Guy on first. And that's a strike. 1-1. Here we go. Come on. Once again, guys, please hit on that like button, guys. New to the channel, hit on that subscribe button, guys. Diaz, Harper, 2 outs in the ninth. Guy on first. Tie and run on first base. Go ahead run at the plate. Oh boy. Look like it's a pop-up. Oh, Jesus. We won. Woof. Woof. Mets stay alive, salvage the series, get 1 win. Harper just missed that ball. Holy Christ, guys. All right, well, we finally win a 1-run game. It's been a while. Harper just and Diaz pointed, by the way. So if that ball would have went out, oh, look, it was right down the middle. Harper just missed it. Little behind, little late. All right, guys. Mets win. Mets stay alive. Maybe the Mets will surprise us all and find a way to win a couple of games in a row and make it very interesting the last week and a half of the season, guys. Everybody, I really do appreciate tonight. Fun game. Mets win. Dom Smith, Jeff McNeil, both stars of the game. Jeff McNeil, go-ahead home run in the 7th. Mets win. Diaz with the save. Love you guys. Have a good night, guys. See you on the next stream. Don't forget, guys, please hit on that like button. Hit on that subscribe button. Once again, guys, tomorrow between 1 and 2, my video is going to come up about the GM search for the Mets and president of baseball operations. So check that out tomorrow, guys. Have a good night, guys. And as always, let's go Mets. See you guys next time. Nice win, guys. Have a good night.